Hey, this is to those of you that have just jumped in here. Welcome to the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open presented by Kegel, and all of the coverage this weekend is brought to you by Ebonite, makers of the Code of Honor, the Game Breaker 2, and the Salute. We appreciate all of our sponsors and our host, Tropicana Lanes, Tino DeFranco, and Ray Bluth. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined alongside with our producer tonight, Matt Turek. Brian Burkhart, our master guru of technology, is also around all weekend to bring us some cool things. And practice is underway. I'm going to let Matt take you out to the lanes, and we'll start to see some ball reaction here. Joining us tonight, you're in for a real treat. Jason Couch is going to be in the booth with Matt and I for this entire 8-game block. We have 70 bowlers here tonight, and we're going to give you an opportunity now to take a look at how these bowlers attack this 46-foot lane pattern here at Tropicana Lanes.
It's definitely slick out there.
Definitely slick, and it's going to be interesting just to see how this develops. Every year it's fun putting together this lane pattern, and I believe bowlers are going to see a lot of funny leaves here tonight. You see a lot of weird splits. I see a lot of surface going down the lane right away.
Yeah, I kind of expected that out of the gate, especially in practice. We'll see. I figure they're going to play in 2 spots in the lane, the way that I see and look at the graph. They're either going to be outside of 4, and I say 4 because it's even more extreme than outside of 5, or they're going to be right up the gut at like up 12, trying to play the end of the pattern. And I don't think that inside up 12 is going to hold up once games get going and that oil pushes down. I don't know what's going to happen then.
I'll tell you what I enjoy. I just enjoy seeing a lot of high rev players using surface. Quite honestly, it gets me excited. I really like it. And we want to welcome in all of our viewers this evening. I want to welcome in, we're approaching 100 already. We don't even have a game going for score yet. So we thank you for coming in and being part of your evening tonight. To me, being here, bringing you this coverage, I'm really happy to be doing it, even though my St. Louis Blues are playing tonight.
Yes, they are.
What time does that game start?
8:30, I believe, Central Time. And they are playing the Minnesota Wild. The series is tied at 2-2. It's going to be real exciting tonight, Mike. Well, especially after the last game. That was a real breakout game by the Blues.
You know, it's amazing. I put together this pattern, and Sean Maldonado almost just picked a 3-6, 7-10 over on 44. It's kind of funny. But I put this pattern together, and I think they're just going to be brutal. And then I look around, and I see all these people just absolutely destroying the 1-3. One of the strongest fields I've ever seen in an event that I've live streamed, none to mention one of them that is one that we're proud to call our own.
You saw George pound the 1-2 there from the left side. It looked great playing outside.
Yeah, and everybody that's watching, you know, keep in mind these bowlers are practicing all throughout the bowling center because they're going to draw for their random lane assignment. 52 lanes here at Tropicana Lanes, 26 on each side. Tonight we have lanes 29 through 52 in play on this side of the house, and over on the other side we have lanes 1 through 12 in play because we do have a small mixed league bowling on the other side. So enjoy ball reaction. Coming up here in just a little bit, myself, Matt, and Jason Couch are going to bring you all 8 games of qualifying here tonight on the opening squad, the Friday 7 p.m. squad here from Tropicana Lanes at the Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open.
Hit your left buttons and you're ready to go. Good luck and good scoring tonight.
All right, Matt, how about a mic check?
Mic check 1.
All right, sweet. Jason, how about a mic check?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
There he is. Wow. All right. We're going to get you a little deeper there. Like
Got to make them sound good.
Oh, yeah. That's what we do up here.
You're going to make me sound like Barry White?
Yep, I think
Nice.
so.
Baby.
All right, let's bring it in. We'll get this squad started. Welcome, everybody, to the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open. I am Mike Flanagan, joined by our producer, Matt Turek. It's great to be with you again, Matt.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Long
it's
time.
really exciting now.
We haven't worked together in I don't know how long. And joining us now, you've been in the booth before on Inside Bowling, but you're really the main attraction here at this event. Jason Couch, brother.
Michael, how are you, sir?
Good, man. We are looking forward to bringing you 30 hours plus coverage here at, as I said, the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, brought to you by Kegel. And all of the coverage this weekend is brought to you by Ebonite, makers of the Game Breaker 2, the Code of Honor, the Salute. If you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, we suggest you go check out ebonite.com. Let's go ahead and take it out to the lanes, Matt. I believe the bowlers are getting underway. Very first frame of
we're going to get started
competition.
here. There's Mike Wolf.
Yeah, that's a guy that
Mike
you
Wolf
know very
sighting.
well, Jason.
Yeah, phenomenal bowler. Just going to get out there, get his feet warm right now, and sure with 8 games, you know, he's going to just getting started.
Jason, this is your first trip to St. Louis. The tournament has happened now for 5 years in a row, and we've grown this tournament. Last year, 317 entries. This year, we are going to be over 300. There's 70 bowlers on this squad, 2 sold-out squads tomorrow. That gets us to 310. What do you think about this event so far?
Very impressive so far. Just as a caliber of bowler that's here tonight, and this is your smallest squad, I can't imagine what the talent level is going to be tomorrow.
Now, I know that you're going to be participating tomorrow. Currently, if you go and check the roster at InsideBowling.com and you click on the banner at the top, you'll see all of the squads, and you're going to be bowling on B and C as I looked at this. If you need C, knowing the pattern being 46 foot, 1.87, I believe, or 1.83 to 1, how will you attack this pattern?
Well, just by watching tonight, it looks like you want to be a little more direct, and you want to throw a little bit of surface, a little bit stronger cover. Certainly, I think speed's going to be a determining factor on how well you score. You better be pretty good at your speeds, because if it looks like if you get a little hard, you're going to go right through the break point.
One of my favorite things about designing this pattern each year is it always plays out. And I love to see so many high rev dominant players even using Aberlon pads and having to play right. The 4th arrow, the 3rd arrow even.
You know, it's kind of odd for these guys to use a little surface, the guys with the higher rev rate, and they're starting to go a little more direct, so it's a little out of their comfort zone. But it looks like there's multiple angles on this pattern, which makes it a phenomenal pattern.
Last year, Jason, was the first year that we saw that lefties had a little more success than they did the first 3 years. We had quite a few make the top 12, and then we had 3 make the stepladder finals. And I know that with a lot of the patterns, with everybody having to move in so deep, you got to be licking your chops to get out there and be able to participate in a pattern where you can use your hand that you've been known for a long, long time, and nobody really having to mess with your laydown area.
It'll certainly be an interesting feel. I don't know if I can go back to my A game. It's been so long.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to it. I don't get to bowl as much as I used to. And, with working with Ebonite, that having a sales position, I've got more to do these days. But you know what? I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. Just go out there and be a little patient, because I know the scores aren't going to be very high.
Friday night, 7 o'clock squad, game number 1. Mike Flanagan, Jason Couch, and Matt Turek here bringing you tonight's coverage. Out of the gate already, we're sitting at about 150 viewers. We want to thank you for bringing us into your living room here tonight. If you have a question for us, be sure to ask us a question in the chat. You can also tweet us at #InsideBowling, and we can display your tweet on the screen if we approve of it. Let's go ahead and take a look at PBA National Champion Mike Wolf. I believe he's a 4-time champion. And another strike for Mike.
You know, Mike Wolf is a phenomenal player, and Mike likes to go down and in, and he likes to play a little further to the right. I can see him bowling fairly well early. He looks pretty comfortable tonight. Aaron Lawrence with the spare, 3-6-10 spare. Looked like he converted that pretty easy. I watched Aaron bowl in practice tonight. He looked like he was pretty well lined up. I can see Aaron Lawrence posting a pretty good score tonight.
Yeah, I posted online who's going to win the tournament, and I don't remember if it was Kurt Pelon. I don't remember the exact person that said that they thought that Aaron Lawrence would win this tournament.
I can see Kurt Pelon saying that since they're pretty good buddies. But Aaron's a great bowler. He looked really good in practice. I can see him doing very well.
Taking a look here at Matt Gasson. Matt made a nice run at the Masters this year.
Matt is recently Ebonite bowler, and we're happy to have him. Great bowler, come into his own the last few years. Watched him bowl at Junior Gold for quite a few years, and the kid's got nothing but upside for his game.
Yeah, my favorite thing that I've seen him post recently, he's very active on social media, is after he bowled his last collegiate ball in competition, he said, now I don't know what to do. I'm kind of afraid to go home and start my life, my adult life.
Welcome to responsibility, Matt.
Now, Jason, I know you're on Facebook, and I like to talk about social media, especially when we first start our broadcast, because that's how so many people find out about our events. But there's this new platform that we're on called Instagram. And Instagram, if you're not on it, folks at home, we highly suggest you create an Instagram account and you follow us on there. And I'm going to tell you why Instagram is so great. Currently, right now, if you get on Facebook, you're going to see things in your news feed, people sharing things like a couple of people brawling on the playground, or somebody lit on fire, or something bad being done to an animal, or sharing their political views. To me, I don't care to see all that. I don't really want to see it. So on Instagram, you can only post from your mobile device on Instagram, and you can't share news stories out there and things like that. So to me, Instagram is more about who you are, and it's more of a coffee table look at your life. And I like to check in on my friends and see how people are doing. And our Inside Bowling Instagram account has grown almost to 1,000 so far in just 6 weeks. And we really, really like posting things on there. It's video mostly, and that's what we do here is we do video. So if you get a chance, go check out our Instagram account. It's at Inside Bowling on Instagram. You can also find us on Twitter at Inside Bowling. And if you go to Facebook, you can go to facebook.com/Inside Bowling. And you can go to YouTube. It's youtube.com/Inside Bowling. So for us to have Inside Bowling as all of our URLs and our ats, we're really proud of that. And then, of course, our sponsors as well to keep up with what they're doing. Logo Infusion is running a special this weekend, which we'll tell you about in a little bit. You can follow them on all of those platforms as well at the same URLs, facebook.com/Logo Infusion, and yada, yada, yada down the line. Kegel, the training center, the beautiful training facility that they have that I know you've been to numerous times. It's close to home, Jason.
Yep.
They also are on Instagram and post some really cool stuff, and those guys are fun to keep an eye on what they're doing. They're innovators in lane technology, pin center parts, so make sure you give them a follow. And then, of course, last but not least, Ebonite. You got to go check out Ebonite Bowling on Instagram. Make sure you follow Ebonite on Twitter and on Facebook, and you subscribe to those videos coming out of the YouTube page. Make sure that you do that so you stay up to date and support our sponsors. Now, this is an interesting guy, Sean Maldonado. He just came off the approach, and Sean Maldonado has really broken out on the PBA Tour. He's made a couple of shows, a double show with DJ Archer, and just a phenomenally great young man. I really like Sean a lot.
He is a great guy. In fact, I got to know Sean a little bit over the last couple of years, bowling some events in Texas, and good bowler, and kind of come into his own here recently in the PBA. I think he's going to be around for a while.
One bowler missing from this event, his better half, I could say, is bowling tomorrow. I'm talking about Danielle McEwen and Marshall Kent. Marshall Kent not in the field this year. He's nursing a bit of an injury, but Marshall's bowled this event the last couple of years and has really enjoyed it. So we miss Marshall, that's for sure. But Danielle will be here tomorrow bowling for those of you that like to keep up with those two.
Got to tell you, Mike, it really is a solid field. Just the starting squad tonight is very impressive, and glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I'll take a minute just to go through, and you can find this at InsideBowling.com and click on the link at the top, click on the A squad. I'm going to name a few bowlers, a couple of local bowlers, Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender, two tremendous talents, really wreck them around town and also go and bowl well at national tournaments like USBC's. Barrett, as a matter of fact, bowls with Derek Oaf's team. They're in the field along with Father John Brockland, a very good friend of mine, and someone that made a deep run at the Masters a couple of years ago. He ran into Tommy Jones and Wes Malott were the two people that knocked him out, but he got through Zerbinski and Bohr. He is in this event. Also looking down the list here, Tommy Kreitz is bowling tonight. Also Mike Dole from Bowlers Mart is bowling. Mike Fagan, the king of swing, Mike Fagan, the world champion Mike Fagan in this field here tonight. And we'll get when he comes through over on this side, we'll get a chance to take a look at him. Ronnie Fujita, a junior Team USA player. We talked about Gasson. George Gohagen III lost in the title match the first year of this tournament to Jake Peters. He's in the field tonight. Also from Kansas City, Mark Henninger, another great talent from the state of Missouri. JT Action Jackson, one of my favorite people in bowling, one of the greatest personalities out there. He has signed up for all three squads.
Wasn't he just in a new commercial lately?
If you turn on the TV, you're going to find him, Matt.
CDW, Snickers.
Yeah, it was
I mean, let's just keep it
yeah,
going.
it was him on the CDW.
Great guy.
And I swear up and down it was, and somebody told me it wasn't. But it definitely is him in the CDWG commercial. That's awesome. Good for him.
Craig Lamond is bowling tonight. Dan Limish, he's a Lindenwood graduate, superstar. Aaron Lawrence, we talked about him. Sean Maldonado. Matt McNeil, the defending champion. Matt McNeil bowling here tonight.
Matt McNeil paced last night in our Thursday night league at St. Charles Lanes. Bowled pretty well.
That's cool. That's very, very cool.
It was really neat to see him down there.
He's a collegiate champion. You'll be able to see that on ESPNU here in a couple of weeks.
Actually, I think it's CBS Sports Network.
Thank you for the correction. See, that's why we have Matt Turek here in the booth.
I just pulled that out.
he is the sharpest saw in the room. Going through the list, also taking a look at a few other bowlers. Shannon O'Keefe, one of the most talented female bowlers on the planet. Looking forward to her participating this summer in the PWBA. Rhino Page, your leader right now on the PBA Tour in average, and just ran into Jason Belmonte at the wrong time up in Milwaukee with the finals in Indianapolis not too long ago. But he's your leader right now on the PBA Tour in average. A two-handed sensation, AJ Rice, also bowling tonight. Ronnie Russell, and I saw somebody post recently a stat about Ronnie Russell. Ronnie has made more shows, I believe, in the last 10 months than any other bowler.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. I
can't wait to see him bowl.
I question that because how well Belmo has done, but somebody had a stat on it. He's really elevated his game. He's done a really nice job. A lot of seconds, though. Ronnie's just a one-time champion out there, I believe.
I believe for too long, Mike, that he's going to come into his own. I know he's got the confidence, he's got the game. It's all about that TV, you know. The TV makes a big difference, and I think when he gets his experience there, he's going to start to do well a lot more often on TV.
And then another gentleman who struggled in this event last year but is back again to give it a whack again is E.J. Tackett, another phenomenal youth talent. He's here in the field here tonight. And rounding out the field, you got BV, who bowled, in my opinion, one of the most epic shows in the last year on the PBA. When Bill O'Neill, who everybody thought had no chance to beat Valenta in Oklahoma, came in and was able to just deliver unbelievable shots in the 10th frame to beat Valenta, robbed him of his first title, and Valenta's always a player to be reckoned with, especially when there's oil out there. Justin Veach finished 6th 2 years ago, just missed the show by a couple of pins. He's looking for a redemption this year. And Ari Wilson, Godfrey Wilson III, couple of unbelievable left-handed talents as well. Godfrey Wilson from the St. Louis area, his first year bowling the tournament. One of the guys I looked up to as I was a youth bowler. You can find all those bowlers online at InsideBowling.com on this A squad. About halfway through game number 1. Let's look at the scores in front of us. I know the folks at home can't see it, but do you see any strings out there, Jason?
I do. I see, well, Matt McNeil started with the front 3, 7 spare, strike, now another 7 count. See a 3-bagger, 7 spare for Greg Young. There's some strings out there, but there's also, you gotta pay attention to what's going on. Because it's not easy out there, and your shots aren't going to be 9. They're going to be 7, 8 counts, 6 counts, and got to be patient.
I just saw Greg Young throw a surface bowling ball cross lane, hard and straight at a 10-pin, and missed it to the right.
You know, it's a pattern that guys aren't used to, so they have to get their angles correct to the front of the lane. You know, even on spares, and that's one thing that kind of concerned me watching practice tonight, is I didn't see a lot of people shooting spares, and you would think a longer pattern like this, you'd want to throw at your 10 pins and your 7 pins and kind of understand what the ball's going to do cross lane.
It's very difficult to throw out left side spares for a right-hander and right side spares for a left-hander with this much oil in the middle of the lane. Angie Ramirez is in the building. She finished second last year to Matt McNeil.
Awesome to watch last year.
It was really cool.
She made that run in the show.
And that's the reason why we do this tournament, because we try to build a pattern where all styles can play, and if a woman makes it, great. You know, I pretty much let everybody know what I think. I'm pretty transparent. The ideal top 5 for me in this event every year is a PBA star, a female, a senior bowler, and up-and-coming, just amazing college talent, and then a local player. If those 5 make the finals, I'm happy.
If that's a wish list, that's perfect. I mean, it really is. You know, I would like to see an older PBA guy make the finals on Sunday. You know, an older lefty, and then you can just throw in whoever you want. But we'll see what happens.
I meant to talk about this on the opening, and it's really crazy around here as we get started into the event. We get better and better as the week goes on, and then it comes down to Sunday, and we're firing on all cylinders, and we got to tear everything down and pack it all up again. And it sits in storage for a couple of months, and then we go back and we do it again. But I do want to take just a minute, because this is how I am and how things are. But I know that recently a lot of people have reached out to me about my decision to move back home to St. Louis and step away from a great job at Storm. And for the last 2 years, Storm has been the sponsor of this event. And I just wanted to take a minute to thank the folks over at Storm, as well as Budweiser, who's been with us for 4 years, who are no longer parts of this tournament. But I do not forget who has supported the event. I want to thank those 2 sponsors right now publicly and let everybody know that, you know, there are a couple of great companies, and it was just time for a change for us here. And we're really looking forward to the future and what's going to move forward with Logo Infusion and Ebonite. And we just appreciate and we'll never forget what those 2 companies did for us.
You know, Mike, that's a lot of class right there to talk about that. And you know what? You're right. They're great companies, phenomenal companies. But you know what? At this time in your life, it's time to move on, do some different things. And, you know, I think good things are going to come out of that. And but, yeah, you never forget the people that take care of you. And, you know what? It's just truly a good thing that you talk about that.
Yeah, it's necessary. You know, I've always done this stuff totally wearing my heart on my sleeve and left on great terms there at Storm. Don't wish anything negative, nothing but positive for every company in bowling. I want to see Logo Infusion sell more shirts. I want to see Gemini sell more shirts, High Five, Boom, all of them. I want to see every bowling ball company at max capacity on trying to move product. I mean, that's the goal. That's why we do this.
Sure. It's, you know what? Anytime that anybody does well in the bowling industry, I think we all benefit because we all want the bowling industry to succeed, just bowling in general to succeed. And you know what? And you know, I'm very proud to be part of this year, and it was kind of a last-minute thing for me, and I'm very happy to be here. It's been some time since I've been here, actually, so I'm pretty happy to be here.
Yeah, you know, I got a text from Dave Wadka. He was very, very jealous that you were going to get to spend so much time in the booth because usually that's his job.
Well, I don't know who this person Dave Watka is that you speak of, but apparently he's an okay guy. But yeah, I'm more than happy to do it. Hopefully, you know, I'm going to bowl well this weekend. But if not, I will be up here helping out with you guys and talking about bowling, just the game we love.
Yeah, I hope to see you Sunday night in the show. Hopefully it'll be me and Mike by ourselves Sunday night.
I'm kind
and all
of
the
hoping
good guys
that
are
too,
in the
but
show, you know.
you know, you never know.
So right here in front of us here on lane, what is that, 32? Yeah, 32.
I need glasses, so don't ask me.
Mike Sapolis here from St. Louis.
Just signed an advisory contract, I believe, with Global 900. Mike's a longtime friend of mine.
Yeah, you know, Mike bowled a couple years ago, and I think he got paired up with Mike Fagan.
He did.
And Mike Wolf.
Yeah, he did.
And
He told me about that.
Mike Sapolis bowled with these two guys, and he called me like the next week and said, dude, I had such a great time at your tournament, and he didn't cash. He said, because I was able to play the same areas as those two guys, and like when I'd make an adjustment, they're like, that lane hook more. And like,
he's never
like,
really bowled, anything big before. He's never gone out of town, really.
He felt like he was one of them.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like.
It was really cool for him.
Yeah, he loved
excited.
it. He loved it. That's something you get out of this. It's almost like a pro-am, too.
Well, I mean, you know, when you get a chance to bowl with guys like that, you know, you get that first impression of what you think they are when they're on TV, and then they could be totally different when you meet them in person.
Yeah,
so,
exactly
you know,
true.
it's usually a great time for the bowlers when they get to bowl with us.
Dan Higgins texting me right now, says he's got his stream up and working, and he says, tell Couch I said hello.
All right, Danny boy, good to hear from you.
Dan Higgins bowls this event. He'll be here. I wish he'd get his wife to bowl more often.
She's a great bowler. Unbelievable bowler.
Speaking of shout-outs, don't forget to tweet us at #InsideBowling, at InsideBowling. Follow us, like us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram. Those tweets, keep them clean and they'll be seen. That's my famous line. I get to bring it out of retirement this weekend.
I'm not sure who we got on 41 and 42. Is this thing working?
Yes, it is. Should be.
Well, hold on a second. Where's Brian at? We need to turn off the grid lines here. We still got grid
It's
lines.
not
No,
on.
it's not. Okay. Let me figure out how to zoom this thing in. All right, this gentleman right here, and forgive me for not knowing who it is right now, is working on 8 in a row. He opened in the first frame. He's got 6 in the first, looking for 9 in a row.
He's playing like up 12, it looks like. So we bring it back to the low end. Mike Wolf. That was a good shot. Oh, he's up in the 10th, Mike. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Mike Wolf with a swisher. Coming up after this game, we're going to bring Doug Dukes from Kegel up to the booth to describe this pattern a little bit.
Mike, is that Lamond that's got the 9 in a row?
I guess it is Craig Lamond. Thank you very much. I didn't recognize him from up here. This guy's a player, folks.
Absolutely can bowl. He's bowled a bunch of tour stops. Great, great game.
This will be number 10 for Mr. Lamond.
That's like 15 to 14.
Take a look at the scoreboard here. As you see, he opened in the first frame.
I don't know what boards he hit, but that was 10 back, boys.
Yeah, it was.
All right, let's go back to competition, and we'll let everybody know how he finishes out.
Yeah, I had two theories on this pattern I talked about earlier in our pregame. As you're either going to play up 12 or 15 right at the pocket hard, well, not hard, but straight, I should say, or you're going to be outside of 4. And I say 4 because it sounds more extreme than outside of 5.
Sure, sure, but it just depends on what angle you want to play, really.
Yeah, and if you can get it off that outside, I think you should be there. But someone like me who's not I'm not #crank or anything like that. I would probably be up 15 or trying to play the end of the pattern, and then I'd probably be lost at game 3 when it pushes down a little bit.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to give the pocket away.
Right.
Well, that was a 7 count to end up at 273, but that was a ball change as well for Lamond. He just wanted to get a feel for what he was doing, and the ball he threw just never read, and I know he's looking for a couple games down the road. So.
Yeah, plus 73 is still a great game to come out of the gate.
Yeah.
You're not going to gain anything too much by
I don't think
not
3 pins is going to really
Yeah,
matter
exactly.
in the 8 games,
Right.
especially if you're at 270 out of the chute on the fresh.
Just saw A.J. Rice make a good shot. Two-handed lefty.
AJ's from Alabama, the Alabama, Georgia, Columbus, Georgia area.
Roll Tide. Is he a Roll Tide fan?
I guess he is, but I'm a Gator fan, so that doesn't bode well.
Never mind.
But the kid has come into his own. He was last year's Proprietors Cup champion.
Yeah, he was.
You know what? I've watched AJ bowl over the last couple years. I would have said 3 years ago, no chance of bowling on something like this. He was just raw, a lot of speed, a lot of tilt. And you know what? He's toned his game down a little bit. And I know compared to most people, it doesn't look like it. But the kid's learning some more gears, and I think the kid's going to do really well over the next couple years.
Makes another good shot there.
185 for his first game. If any gamblers out here in the booth tonight, I'll take the over.
We'll switch gears down to the high end here where we see Aaron Lorenz going for his 3.610. Or, no, that's the 3.6.910 it looks like.
Wouldn't want to shoot that one.
Not at all. Oh, he gets it. Almost chopped the 2.8 off of it, though. Or, I'm sorry, the 3.6 or 3.9.
Well, if he chops a 2.8 off of that one, I'm in trouble, Matt.
So, for all you guys at home, there's a donation box, a GoFundMe account to get me glasses. So, if anybody
I'll be putting the first 5 in.
Thank you. Thank you. I could use them.
Matt McNeil's going to start off with a 2:30 game. He's got his fill ball left to go.
Try and get a shot of that because, oh my God, it's connected to something. There's no other action going on right now. That white belt, are you a fan of the white belts, Jason?
Unfortunately, Matt, no, but I'm not exactly fashion central, so it is what it is.
Great shot from Matt.
Oh, absolutely. 2:36 to start the first game.
Yeah, I always say the white belt adds about 10 pins to your average. It's like a Mopar sticker on your car adds 50 horsepower just by putting it on. So game 1 in the books here at the 2015 logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Ebonite.
Yeah, new sponsors
Yeah,
makes
I
it
almost
hard.
screwed that up, yeah. But game 2 is here. Getting ready to get started. Bowlers are switching pairs. It's kind of hard to see who's going to be on our live pairs this second game as they're moving around. It looks like Shea Bittenbender from St. Louis is moving down to the high-end pair. Nobody's moved into the low-end pair yet. There's a look at Shea getting ready to start game 2. Aaron O'Brien looks like he's moving maybe down to that pair.
So, Matt, being here for a few years, knowing the Bowling Center the way you do, I've got to imagine from pair to pair they get a little flaky, just being a double-sided house, but also you don't know who you're following, especially if you're making the flip. So that's got to bring the scores down to some degree.
It will. I really do. And one side usually plays easier than the other, or so people say. I think it's the low end maybe where you'll see a little bit. I think there's less traffic on the low end.
Okay.
To be honest, and I think that's what the cause is. The way the desk is set up here, most of the employees kind of, I think, hang out on this side. I've only bowled here, not too many times, maybe a handful, and I've usually seen everybody over on this side of the house, the high end of the house. It's a split house for those of you at home, 52 lanes. The PBA used to come back here back in the day.
Years ago, yes,
Yeah.
in the early 90s. Thanks for aging me like you have. But
Well,
what I noticed tonight is just watching the practice is that it looked like on the high end of the building here that the right seemed a little tighter, the left hooked more. But when I walked onto the other side and watched before we came into the booth, is that the left was tighter over there and the right hooked more. So
that's a good observation.
you would think that some scores will come from different spots of the lane depending on who you are, but there's so many lanes, there's so many different styles in front of you. You're going to catch adversity at some point during an
you're not.
block.
I don't think you'll get away with having a clean block.
Oh no,
where
I know.
you're going to get lucky all 8 games. You're going to hit a bad pair. You're going to follow somebody that's been shimming the lane a little bit or something. And
Sure.
maybe it's going to happen.
Maybe Flanagan can give us some odds on a clean block.
Yeah, maybe. Like there'd be a line in Vegas or something. So A.J. Rice down here on the high-end pair. And what is this, 47 and 48? Is that the high-end pair?
Close.
Go fund me, I'm telling you, for glasses. Yep.
Pretty good shot.
Yep.
Just checking something real quick. Trying to figure out if this is in sync. It's not right now.
There's an audio delay. So we have a machine that removes the delay, and I don't think that the wireless mic receiver is hooked up to the delay. I think that's what he's trying to test.
It might be working okay or not. Nope.
Trying to work out some technical, I wouldn't even call them issues, just
some bugs.
Yeah, it's like they do this for fun. They're trying to create problems to fix them just so they have something to do. That's what Brian does for a living. That's how he keeps his job security.
Who's job secure?
Brian.
Oh, yeah.
He makes the problems so he can fix them.
This kid right in front of me, Matt, is on lane 42. Is a kid from Orlando, Mike Moore, has bowled pretty good in the Masters the last couple years. You watch his style, pretty smooth, pretty consistent roll. Good bowler, coming into his own. I think he's going to be a good bowler down the road. Just got a little bit to learn about transitions on the lanes and ball adjustments and things like that. But the kid throws it very well.
Bowls regionals or?
Yeah, he bowls some regionals and just actually from my area.
I think that light pocket shot, I know you guys didn't see that at home, but I think the light pocket shot carry is going to really be beneficial as opposed to pounding the hole.
Is that the Tropicana love? Is a little light
It's like
hit?
a St. Louis love thing. But you always see guys here in town that if you can mix them up, you can carry a lot better than, making just a small error and leaving like a 9-pin or a wrap 10 as opposed to a good clean pound shot. But I've always envied the people that could carry very well by mixing them up and hitting them light, because I was never really good. I always leave a weak 7 when I try to do that kind of thing, because I'm not a crank guy at all. But I think that's going to benefit this weekend.
Been a while since I've been to the Trop, so just getting familiar with her again.
They got good food here.
Well, if you can tell, I like to eat.
So do I. Mike Fagan coming in light. In the middle of the house. Still nobody bowling down on the low end pair. So you're watching the high end pair here, 47 and 8.
Boy, it's amazing actually to see how many different angles people are playing. I mean, you got some straight players playing off the edge. You got some tweeners playing around 5 to 6. You got some guys that cable on it, just get a handful, playing the track already. But it's kind of nice to see no one playing far inside right out of the gate. And that's a true pattern that says, hey, we're going to make you guys play to the outside, and that's a good thing.
I don't think we're going to see very many people playing inside at all. I don't think anybody's going to move in deeper than the track. What do you think, Mike?
No, I don't think so. The one thing that does make me slightly open to the fact that they could break down more than past years is this flex machine allows you to change the amount of milliliters put down at different lengths, and we lowered the milliliters as you went down the lane. But the buffer brush sets down at 46 feet on the way back, where normally you would drop it around 35 or closer to the foul line. So I don't know if or when that's going to wear off. I really don't. I was going to get Doug Dukes up here, but as you guys were kind of commenting about, we've upgraded and done some different things here. Doug Dukes from Kegel, by the way, everyone. But I've got an audio delay with this other mic, and there'd be no way that the four of us could talk with this other mic with me with an audio delay. I would sound drunk. I don't know what Brian's talking about here.
Why don't you let Dougie sit here for a few minutes? I'm okay with that. Go grab him. Yeah, go grab him. You want me to grab him? Yeah, I can jump in and out. I'm okay with that. Dougie's got a lot of...
Yeah, so we're gonna let Jason bug out for a minute, and we're gonna bring in Doug. But we'll have 5 mics tomorrow.
Real quick here, is this George Gohagen?
Where?
Oh no, it's not. Never mind. In the hat. I
Oh,
thought
that's
that would
JT
be.
Action
Oh, it
Jackson,
is. Okay,
buddy.
it's hard for me to see. The GoFundMe account for my glasses is up and running. People, I like his relax, release, repeat shirt. Sporting it today. I like that hat too, man. That's stylish. And how about that dress code?
Yeah. How about that dress code?
One, I don't think it exists, but that's one of the benefits of bowling a Mike Flanagan tournament.
How about that band?
Is as long as you're not offending anybody or coming in half naked, you can bowl his event. Shorts, pants, name shirts, T-shirts.
Yeah, the thing is we're not real fond of profanity on shirts, so I'll kick you out or make you wear something else.
Yeah,
we
should have like a pink tie-dye type of shirt you should give people when they have a... Yeah, you'd have to make them, although then you'd look like Ben Tubman.
And we're also not in favor of wife beaters. Those are the 2 rules. So hey, let's bring it into the booth. Thanks for watching tonight's coverage. Just about halfway through game number 2. Mike Flanagan, Matt Turek producing here tonight. Jason Couch stepped out for just a minute so we could bring in this gentleman right here from Kegel, Doug Dukes. Doug, you put down the lane condition. We worked on it together. My creation and pair-to-pair in this center. It's very important that they play the same, and you're able to do that for us, and we appreciate it.
It's great to be here.
What are you seeing? You've been out walking the lanes. What have you seen so far walking around with ball reaction?
Well, they're definitely tough. The rule of 31 doesn't really come into play here. It's nice to be able to see everybody playing the same part of the lane outside. It really looks like ball speed is going to be absolutely critical on this.
Yeah, I would agree with you for sure. It's always fun to watch people grab Aberlon pads and play outside.
Hit everything in their bag.
Yep. Doug, you walk the entire bowling center to make sure that the lanes are being conditioned exactly the same, pair to pair. What are you looking for when you do that?
We look at a lot of things on the lane machine. We definitely look at valve times, making sure that they stay the same. We look at overall run time, making sure they stay within a range. And then we walk every lane, walk all the back ends, make sure pattern distances are the same, and just make sure the look is the same. But so far, so good. We got 2 flexes here, 1 on each side, and everything's been good for the first squad.
And when you say timing difference, do you mean the time difference between each lane as you oil the machine, or for the
Correct, yes. We have run time, so as soon as I push the button and the machine starts, it's going to start counting. And it's done in a very precise, 1/60th of a second.
When the machine runs, because I know there's machines at my home center that are, they're older, they're just normal house machines. And they run, sometimes it seems like they run slower from, you start on a side and then you finish, and it seems like the machine is taking longer to go down the lane. Does that affect the shot that it's playing down because the whole machine is running slower, or is that even happening? Is that even true?
It's hard to say if it's true without looking at run times, but if that were to happen, yes, it can affect the pattern.
Oh, okay.
Because you're looking at, your buffer speed is the same. So the slower the machine runs, the more oil it's going to apply in a shorter distance.
Do the machines run? They run off the same motor, or do they run off separate motors? Or
as far as the buffer in the machine itself,
yeah,
AC is all the same motor, DC is the same speed, but they definitely have independent motors for the machine itself and the buffer.
Well, that's very interesting. I just asked that because I worked as a mechanic for 11 years, and I know a lot of people at home would probably have that question too, because that have worked in a bowling center. But it's interesting to hear that from somebody that knows the business very very well.
Yeah. Now Doug here, you're going to see him a lot in the near future. I predict he is the next Gus Falgene, if you know who he is, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Everybody, really.
Nobody can fill those shoes.
But Doug here from Kegel, who's been putting down our lane condition this weekend and will be for the next couple of days, and we really appreciate it. The nice thing about Doug is Doug was telling me about where he's going, and I want to just make sure I got this right. The PWBA, Gus is going to be at the first stop, but you're going to be at pretty much the rest of them.
The way it looks now, I should have quite a few of them.
And from what I understand, after talking to Lenny Nicholson one night, that the women's tour is the most easygoing tour out there, and you are just going to absolutely have a cakewalk out there dealing with those young ladies.
I think it'll be fine. I can definitely hold my own, I guarantee.
No, I think it's awesome, man. And we were looking at one of the flex machines here, and tell the folks at home where that flex machine is being sent to, where it came from, what it was doing, and where it's going.
That flex machine was shipped from Kegel to the sectionals, and it went from the sectionals to here for the NCAAs. And I believe that they will be on their way back to Kegel to get checked out, and then on their way to the Queens.
So this is the same machine that oiled the lanes for the NCAA Women's Championship. Then.
Correct.
I was here several weeks ago. That was broadcast on ESPNU. If you didn't catch that, that was pretty awesome to watch.
So we have quite a tournament fleet. I know the week of Junior Gold, we'll have close to 30 machines out in the field at the same time.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot. And Doug, you live in Delaware, you told me. And tell the people at home a little bit about yourself, where you came from, what you've done in the bowling industry, and how you've landed at Kegel.
Well, I got very lucky to land at Kegel, but I started out in a bowling center in Delaware. I was a head mechanic, and I coached, I was the assistant coach for the University of Maryland Eastern Shore for 8 seasons. I'm lucky enough to be with that program. We had 4 national championships. I was working on lane machines, got very interested in them, and started doing training at Kegel. And from there, the rest is in the books, I guess. I started with Kegel 3 years ago, and haven't looked back since.
Well, I can tell you, I've known you for about a day and a half, other than a phone conversation. And if I could go ahead and put in a request right now and text Chris Chartrand and see if he can come back again next year, you're hired.
I'm sure we can make that happen. It's been great working with you.
You're watching game number 2, continuing coverage of the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Kegel. We're visiting with Doug Dukes right now here in the booth, and of course all this coverage brought to you this weekend by Ebonite. Doug, when you're oiling lanes, you got to get here real early in the morning, and it's about this time of the night, I believe, that you start figuring out where you might grab some food or going to head back to the hotel room. What time will you be back here in the morning to oil the lanes?
I will be here no later than 6:30, which means I will probably be in the parking lot waiting at 6:15.
Wow.
So it's not too bad. You know, sectionals and things like that, a lot of times it's 4:30 in the morning when we start.
That's early.
Not to toot our own horn, but I'm going to for a minute. We used to have a slave driver schedule like that as well.
Wait, you don't? This is not the... We're still not on the slave driver schedule?
No, we are not. This is a squad where there's 2 on a lane. We're going to be done around 11 tonight. And then tomorrow I could take more on a pair, but I'm only taking 5 on a pair. We're sold out. I could have taken 8 on a pair, guys. Could have been 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I don't want to do that.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. Yeah, got to watch Wapner. Yep, definitely not. You said it, Charlie Babbitt. And Rain Man. So, Doug, before we let you go, where do you go from here? What is it that you will do? I know you got the PWBA coming up, but what are you going to do from here, your travel schedule?
I will actually be in Florida next week, and then from Florida I'll be at the Queens in Green Bay, and from there, oh gosh, where do we go? Singapore, and then back to Expo, and then Junior Gold, and then starting the tour.
There you have it. Well, you know what, man? Thanks for spending a little bit of time with us here this evening. Each block, we're going to have you come in, talk a little bit about what you see, what the scoring pace looks like, and just, give us a little tidbits about the center and what you're seeing out there, whether you're seeing a bunch of slide marks in a certain part of the lane and, the approaches need to be buffed, or just whatever crazy thing you might be able to find out there. Make sure you report it to us on each squad.
It's been a pleasure. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. That's Doug Dukes, everybody, and we appreciate him stopping by and being part of our event here this weekend here in St. Louis. We're going to let him go back to his hotel. I know he's staying at a 5-star suite, probably somewhere down
up on the 32nd floor of somewhere nice.
Yeah, and
the Regal or
Dave
something?
Watka is having some Jason couch withdrawals, so I know that we got to get Couch back in here because Watka's been texting me. I also want to give a shout out to my friend Nick Andrews, who's keeping me up with the Blues game.
Oh, has that started? It hasn't started yet, has it?
Actually, he's watching our broadcast. He says he is an excellent driver.
Yeah, I don't think the Blues game starts till 8:30 Central.
Looking around at the scores, we are looking tonight at lanes 47 and 48. That is our championship pair Sunday night at 7 o'clock. And also we look at lanes 31 and 32. Our booth is located behind lanes 39 and 42, that 4-pair stretch. And we do have a wireless camera that we can bring up for you at any given time. Michael Fagan right in front of us on 41 and 2. I know a lot of people like to watch the Professional Bowlers Tour Stars. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on. But Our recent field reporter has joined us back in the booth, none other than Jason Couch. Jason, what have you seen walking around this building?
Well, I just talked to Mike Wolf a little bit, and we're starting to see the track burn a little bit on the lane, so I can see the people that are playing a little more to the right struggle a little bit, and the guys that started in the track area, they may see some better scores, but, I mean, they're certainly not breaking down like you would see in a normal event where the guys would move like 10 left in one game. That would never happen.
Not happening here, brother.
No, sir.
We got to touch on something because your man crush, on you, of course. Dave Wadka's been keeping us active up here on the text line. You know, you can just text over. I'm not going to give out that number, but he has it. He says, tell Couch that he even sounds a little bit larger than normal. I texted him, but he can't do two things at the same time. And he also has said that he hates me.
Wow.
Yeah, so...
Good for Dave.
You know what, though? Hey, I do want to take just a moment for just a second. And I want to talk about you and Dave for a minute. Folks, you know, when we started Inside Bowling, we didn't necessarily know a whole bunch of people in the bowling industry. And you two were two folks that immediately were just treated me with absolute class and like I was just one of the guys, and I appreciate that, and I'll always remember that. And I worked with Dave on a telecast where you were actually bowling at the Proprietors Cup, which was really, really cool. And you finished third in that event, still made a nice check. But you and Dave are just a couple of cool dudes, and I really enjoy having the opportunity to work with the both of you whenever I do.
You get what you get with me, bro. You know that. I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I tell you how it is. And you've always been good people, and do my best, man, to take care of people like you.
Wadka recently has just moved. You know, he works for our booth sponsor this weekend, Ebonite, along with yourself, and basically made the move from Las Vegas, has moved to the Midwest. Looking forward to seeing Dave more and more in this area. Dave's very happy. You can tell just through, I follow social media on guys, and he's just a kid in a candy store, new territory. He's got himself a nice woman with him, and he's just doing great. He's bowling good. He's on the PBA league. You know, he's loving life, and he's selling a lot of bowling balls in his territory and spreading the great word about the bowling balls at Ebonite International and all the brands. But, you know, for us, we really appreciate Ebonite, and I know that he's done a nice job making people aware of those products.
Get a quick look here at JT Action Jackson with his fedora. I love it.
He's the guy that can get away with it.
Gets that 8 out.
I love looking at the squad pairings from time to time, just seeing who's with who and what local bowlers are getting to bowl with a pro, and it's pretty cool. My prediction, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there right now. I don't know how many people we have in the chat right now.
165.
165, but I do want to take a minute to just make a prediction that I believe a collegiate star is going to win this tournament this year. Just going to throw it out there.
Oh, really? You got a name, or are you just saying a collegiate star?
I'm just going to throw out a handful of names. Francois Lavoie, A.J. Chapman, A.J. Johnson, Matt McNeil.
I think you think he's going to repeat?
I don't. I'm just telling you. I believe the winner is going to come from a group of one of these kids who just came off of nationals, throwing it fresh. Kyle Sherman. I mean, there's a lot of good.
Yeah, Kyle Sherman's
Greg
been
Young,
pretty good lately.
Bunch of them. I throw stupid stuff out there sometimes like that.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing that tends to happen.
Just because he's coming through this particular area of the bowling center, let's take a look at how Mike Fagan is attacking this 46-foot pattern. Mike's using a pretty aggressive bowling ball here tonight. He's using a Crux Pearl. Not too often you see Mike using aggressive equipment. take a look and see what he does here. He's playing right between the second and the third arrow. And that's a strike for Mike. That's a double. He's still got 2:26 left going into the 10th frame. Glance at Mike Fagan. I'm curious about whether or not they have scores up or not. Guys, I'm going to bug out for just a minute and go take a look at that because they should be pretty close to getting scores. I know the first game is normally takes the longest, and I'm going to go check with B Squared and see what's going on with that with Ricky. I'll be right back.
All right. Game number 2 is almost over here.
So, Matt, question for you. With a pattern like this, do you think it feels kind of weird for the two-handers to stay as far right as they are this long?
I think it probably feels weird for them, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to separate the boys from the men in the two-handed world. You know, the guys that are good enough to adjust their game and get out of their comfort zone and still score, as opposed to the guys who like to ping it off the dry with two hands.
I got to imagine that they got to feel pretty comfortable knowing that it's coming to them too as well. Is that they're going to break down, they're going to open up.
Yeah.
But you know what? You're right. Those guys that can play further to the right and do it well, you got to imagine it plays to their advantage.
Yeah, I think it will. And yeah, I guess with that many revs, it's like it's almost like keeping it like a fresh pattern. I don't want to say it, I'm kind of hesitant to say it like that, but you know, as it breaks down, you have to move in or whatever. You know, they move probably quite a bit. Righties more than lefties, obviously, but
sure.
I think with so much oil on the lane, being able to stay right makes them feel more confident that they're going to have the reaction, or they're going to be able to crank on it with two hands like they would if they were on the inside of the lane. But instead being on the outside of the lane and being able to play straight and still playing the end of the pattern, as opposed to playing a dry spot that's been created, I guess.
It's the slowest.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. And it's the slowest I've seen Mike Fagan throw it in quite some time.
Yeah.
You know, Mike's never going to hurt you. He's always going to keep it in play and you know, never stray off of a decent game. And you know, he's the guy that stays alive in the majors. Is that the guy that can kind of control what's going on?
Yeah, you don't. It's going to be interesting to see where he's at the end of the squad, and then hopefully he makes the match play on Sunday. And then once, because here's another thing that I kind of want to bring up is tonight you have 4 on a pair. Tomorrow you're going to have 5 or 6 on a pair. And, you know, to me, that would break the lane down just a little bit quicker. So it's going to be interesting to see where he plays if he makes it on Sunday when you have more games being bowled. I know it's only, I think, 16, I believe. It's 4 and then the match play. And granted, there's only 2 on a pair, but you're still bowling more games. So it's going to be kind of neat to see, you know, how far right he can stay tonight and then when he makes that move. On Sunday, if he makes it.
No, I think it is when he makes the move, because
Yeah.
it will happen
right.
at some point.
Right. Got a tweet coming in. Tweet here from Jayhawk 843. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's high flush. Here's Jayhawk. Remember, guys, hashtag InsideBowling. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe or follow us on Instagram. And you can tweet us here on the Twitter feed, as I should say. Screwed that all up. At hashtag InsideBowling. Just keep it clean and it'll be seen. Game number 2 is wrapping up here at the Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open presented by Ebonite. Matt Turek alongside Jason Couch. game 2 of 8. Matt McNeil just gets a lucky break. On the high end, he looked like he was dancing.
I think he was okay with that lucky break. He ran off the approach pretty quick.
I'm telling you, that's the white belt. you get the extra pins wearing the white belt.
Got to tell you, Matt, when you're my size on the waist, you don't wear the white belt.
I know. It makes you stand out too much.
So tell me about the field over the last few years. How does this compare on a Friday night to the years past?
I think the field is still about the same, maybe stronger. A lot of the local guys will bowl Friday night. The St. Louis bowlers and the area will bowl Friday night because a lot of the out-of-towners will be traveling on Friday, and then they come in and bowl on Saturday. But there's a lot more pros and high-level amateurs here bowling this squad than I expected to see. Mike Fagan, Matt McNeil. Sorts like that.
They're working on getting the scores for everybody at home to see, but in the meantime, I have the old-fashioned paper copy in front of me right here, folks. Let's take a look at your scoreboard after game number 1. I talked about a couple of local guys in Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender. Tim Barrett leads the field after one game, bowled 276. Bittenbender is fourth with 256. Between the two of them in second place, Craig Lamond, we saw it right here in front of us, 273. Riley Smith sits in third at 267. Fifth place, Shannon O'Keefe. Last night, she decided she was going to bowl.
Awesome.
246, she's tied with Darren Hansen. Seventh place, I talked about him as well. Kansas City native Mark Henninger is 44 over, bowled 244 the first game, followed by Michael Moore and Sean Maldonado tied in 8th at 37 over. Defending champion Matt McNeil rounds out your top 10 at 36 over. A couple other notables to talk about. Ronnie Russell sits 11th at plus 35. Mike Wolf at plus 27. Mike Fagan at plus 23. So 3 national touring titleist players sit 12th through 14th. But you see amateurs at the top right now and a woman. So that's what we're looking at right now. See if there's any surprises going down here. Rhino Page bowled 4 over the first game. He's in a 6-way tie at 204. 28 of the 70 bowlers bowled a plus game. Everybody else was minus. E.J. Tackett -7. Aaron Lawrence -4. J.R. Raymond -11. Brian Valenta, -45, sits in 67th position. And the worst score bowled in the tournament the first game was a 141.
That's not horrible.
Run down
being a
after
low
game
score.
number 1.
140.
Well, we have had bowlers bowl
Right,
double-digit scores before.
Right, that's what I mean.
They're not that brutal, Matt. Jeez.
That's all right.
I heard you guys talking about the field, too, about being stronger this year or not as strong. And in my opinion, and this isn't about hype either, this is the absolute toughest field I've seen yet for this tournament, top to bottom.
That's just a testament to the tournament on how well it's run, how the lanes seem to be fair, competitive. You're going to see more and more entries every year, and the better bowlers are going to show up. And I just think that's hats off to you, Mike.
We're getting a good look here at Mike Fagan starting game 3 on 47 and 8, the high-end pair. Also your championship pair on Sunday.
Yeah, one of those lanes, I believe it's the right lane, has a bit of an odd rack where a right-hander could leave a 5-7 or an 8-10 on that rack with the way that the pins are positioned. I know Bill O'Neill likes to beat me up a little bit, and Bill's a great guy, and he does not complain about bowling tournaments. That's not what I'm saying here, everybody. But that rack, I can tell you, is an interesting rack. So as you watch the stream all weekend, you'll be able to see lane 48, 47. Hey, Doug, do you still have that text you sent me with the panels? Because heaven forbid, I actually deleted your text on accident, Doug. I don't want you to take offense to it. Doug Dukes from Kegel is who I'm talking to. Can you send that to me again? Yeah, I know. You shouldn't have to send it to me twice, Doug, but you do this time, and I apologize, Doug.
This is coming from the social media guru.
Yep. Yeah.
He swiped left instead of right.
Well, when you got all the okay. Yeah, that's going to get me into trouble. The fact that I even know what that means.
Sorry.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah. You know, Randy Peterson's been with us the last couple of years, and we've had fun with Randy. And good old Randy, we had a funny moment up here in this booth about farmersonly.com.
Oh, that was good times.
And Hot Pockets.
Yeah, I've since stopped eating Hot Pockets, by the way. It's kind of ironic.
I won't speak on behalf of either one of those guys, okay? So I'm safe.
I'm gathering a tidbit of knowledge here. As soon as Doug sends me this text, I got something to tell you guys, everybody. Very, very exciting. Hey, you know, we haven't. I don't know if you have, Matt, but I haven't been looking at the chat.
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Well, no, you know, these guys, you know, this is. I don't even know what to say about this, but the first thing I see is bowling arguments, which are the most critical people ever on the planet Earth. It says, "Great job, Flanagan."
Yeah, how about that?
How does that happen?
You know, we're not going to see that very often.
What'd you do, Mike?
How do the most critical people on Earth say, I did a good job?
That's a testament to how good I make you guys look here in the left seat of the booth.
Matt, thank you so much.
Matt, we really appreciate that. Very, very much.
I am a member of Bowling Arguments, by the way. They were asking about Dennis Hacker. That's like their number one fan. And he's going to try and make it in here on Sunday.
Bowling Arguments is turning over a new leaf, they say. And if you are just joining us, you are watching the beginning of game number 3 here at the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open. Mike Flanagan, Hall of Famer Jason Couch joins us, and Matt Turek, our producer, here all weekend. It's good to be back with you, Matt, as well.
It is.
We
went out a lot a couple times going out of town. There was one time a few years ago we went 4 or 5 weeks in a row out of town. Went to band camp, went to music camp, bowling camp, model train camp.
Wow, you guys are ballers.
Yeah.
When you look up nerd in the dictionary, there's Matt just smiling at you and waving.
Yep.
Yeah, no, so it's been really good. But, yeah, thanks for coming in the chat, everybody. We appreciate it.
I don't think Kurt Pilon is bowling tonight. Is he on the list?
No, he's not bowling tonight.
He's not bowling?
Is he even on the list at all?
I don't know. Oh, man, I hate that. Not on the C squad.
Yeah, look at B. No Pilon this year. He has supported this event in the past, and I know if he could be here, he would.
Anthony Pepe's bowling tomorrow morning. There was somebody asking that in the chat earlier.
All right, so here's the wealth of knowledge. If you are watching this tournament here tonight on the live stream and you're going to be participating in B or C squad, I want you to go grab a pen or your phone and open up the notes or whatever app you use to take notes. And this is a little tidbit of information that could make you bowl worse because it could get in your head, or it could make you bowl better. So here we go. Why don't you bring it into the, we'll let Mike Fagan deliver a shot here and then bring it into the booth because I'm going to want everybody to see what Jason Couch is doing.
What's he doing? Oh, he's writing it down.
I can't believe he's taking me so serious. Okay, let's bring it into the booth. I have my phone. Jason, show everybody your phone.
Got my phone.
Show them what you're doing. All right. So
I'm empty-handed. Wait, wrong way.
All right.
Wave him like you just don't care.
You can take it back out of here.
Oh.
All right, so here's the information I have to share. This bowling center had an install about 15 years ago, maybe even longer now, of HPL, AMF HPL lanes. And over time, the panels need to be replaced. And the most important panel, in my opinion, is the front panel, the heads. And I can tell you that there are a plethora of lanes here in this facility that have an SPL head, not an HPL head. So I'm going to share with you what lanes have an SPL head as opposed to an HPL head. And I'm going to share with you that the bowling center did not replace a pair at a time. So when one panel went bad, they kept the other one down for financial purposes. So over on the low end of the bowling center, lane number 3, lane number 5, lane number 11, lane number 15, lane 17, 19, 22, and your power ball is 24.
Bingo.
Those are the lanes on the other side of the building that have SPL front panels. Now, over on the high side of the building where we are right now, lanes number 28, 29, 36, 38, 40, and 51 have SPL heads. There you have it.
Can you explain what that will do?
Well, this is what
and why that's important?
This is what I've been told. First of all, the older the panel, the more friction, in theory, you will have on that panel. Now, when AMF came out with the SPL heads, and jump in any time, Jason Couch, from what I understand, SPL hooks a little bit more than HPL if they were put side by side brand new. Is that true?
That's correct.
But a newer lane panel is going to do different things with your ball roll compared to an old lane panel that's been sitting there for 15, 20 years. It's going to clean it a little bit better despite the SPL hooking more than an HPL brand new. That's what I think of it. Nobody noticed last year in this tournament, and nobody talked about it. But I want to tell you, my buddy Doug Dukes, who talked to us a little bit during game number 2, he made me aware of that, and I thought I would pass it along.
Well, there's a huge difference between those two synthetics, and Dougie will tell you that. And, you know, it's going to be an enormous difference in ball motion. Will anybody see that with the amount of volume that's on the lane? I don't know. But as the block goes on, it could be a huge difference when you move pair to pair. Now that I have my notes, I will keep my phone by my side, which I don't normally do when I'm bowling because God knows a left-hander can't chew gum and walk.
Right.
So I will keep that right by my side.
There you have it. Well, I thought everybody might enjoy that, so there you have it. We want to thank everybody for joining us, whether you're on the East Coast, on the West Coast, or if you're joining us from some other country, as Forrest Gump likes to talk about. We really appreciate you being here with us. Mike Flanagan, Jason Couch, and Matt Turek bring you tonight's coverage of A-Squad. 70 bowlers here tonight at Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis, Missouri, on this 46-foot lane pattern, designed to play the outside portion of the lane. Very slick, very tight. You see a lot of surfaces out there. This event, the 2015 Logo Infusion, InsideBowling.com Open. Logo Infusion is in the house. If you get a chance to come by and visit, you should check out the specials that they have this weekend. We'll talk about that a little bit more a little bit later in the broadcast. But I will tell you, out of all the jersey companies that I've dealt with, they have absolutely stood out with their customer service, with myself and with people I've recommended to them. Highly suggest checking out logoinfusion.com. For about $100, you can get yourself a custom jersey. If you don't want to spend quite that much, you can take it down a little bit and take one of their pre-designed jerseys and just make a couple customizations to it. But when you're looking for a shirt, you know, to go buy a nice Nike golf shirt or whatever it is, and by the time you get it embroidered, put your name on the back, you're upwards $70, $80 anyway. Why not just dress in style, get yourself a Logo Infusion jersey and come out here and express yourself a little bit and show everybody that you look the part and you deserve to be here. Look at Fagan there, comes in light, 2-4-10, I believe that was. I was over on the other side when I went to go get the standing sheet, Jason, and I was talking to Rob Gottschall, a cohort of yours, and he said, I've seen more 160s and 170s this year than I saw last year. Now, granted, only through 2 games.
Yeah, it's early. It's certainly early. But you know what? Everybody's trying to get a feel right now. See what's going on. Every year is a new year, so they're just trying to get a feel of what's up.
Rob Amers in the house. Folks, don't forget you want to stick around Sunday night. All this coverage being brought to you by Ebonite. You want to check out the finals Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Jason Couch has already made the finals, folks.
Awesome.
He's already in the finals.
Awesome. I'm either going to be in the booth or on the lanes, right?
Right. He has made the finals. You can go ahead and tweet that out, everybody. Jason Couch has made the finals already in this tournament.
Finally made a cut.
He's been here for 3 months practicing on the pattern. We'll just start making up some ridiculous things. I want to thank everybody for being in. 188 viewers here this evening. Michigan Guru, Jeff DeMunk, Bowling Arguments, TA, Ron Inman, thank you for being here in the chat with us, interacting with us tonight. Don't forget you can tweet us, hashtag InsideBowling. We'll put your tweet on the screen. And we do have a question here in the chat. Is there a lane assignment sheet for tomorrow posted anywhere? Well, let's educate you a little bit on how the tournament works. We do not have a lane assignment sheet because you practice on your side of the building, and then you go to the front desk and you pull a poker chip that has your starting lane assignment to it. So there is no way that you are going to know what pair you're going to start on. So no reason to try to make a great shot on your lane with charcoal and taking a piece of screen to your ball and getting all lined up. It is completely random.
And I think that's a good thing.
I like it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't set yourself up for your first pair, which means you just go out there and you practice and throw shots and see what happens.
Yep, that's how we do it here. A couple of things that are important to me, being a bowler and a historian of the game, is I feel like formats where you throw away pins aggravate me. I'm not saying that there's not times for it, but man, they aggravate me, especially if it's going to be prestigious. I want whoever wins this tournament, whether they're flying home or driving home, when they got the trophy, I want them to leave and say, wow, I just really accomplished something. Every frame meant something. It wasn't a gimmick format. I didn't beat a guy on a pair after he had a bloody nose and stepped in water by the drinking fountain after he led the tournament by 400 pins. No, no, no. If you're bowling good and you step in water at the drinking fountain, you still have a chance in this tournament, and you're not going to get your brains beat in by some other guy. And the other thing, too, is we know that lucky breaks come into play in this game, and the stepladder format is what it is. It's very exciting for people at home. That's why we do it. I'm really not a big fan of stepladders when it comes to the true nature of who deserves to win a bowling tournament, but we do it here for the reason that everybody knows why that is. But I really, really feel like every single shot should matter, and every pin should matter.
Absolutely. You know, it's all a part. It's a tournament. It's not a sprint. It's somewhat of a marathon. You got to continue to bowl well and keep it going. You know, I mean, if every tournament was just one day, there'd be a lot of different winners. But you know, it's the people that can maintain that effort for 2 or 3 days long and continue to improve on what they're doing. And I think that's a good thing. You know, in stepladder, my roommate for quite a few years, Parker Bone III, always said the best thing to me before I went on TV. He said, "You led all week. Now show everybody on TV why you led all week."
Yep.
You know, and that made a big impact on me.
Jeff DeMunk says he wishes Mike ran the Peterson. Ron Inman says Mike F. sure is a guru when it comes to being a tournament director. Love his out-of-the-box thinking. I actually don't think this is out of the box. This is old school.
Actually, it is old school.
It's old school. You bowl games. Every pin matters. You have to bowl a longer format. You know, some people, not many say this, but, oh, Flanagan's running a tournament. How much money is he going to make? We don't make a lot of money running this, folks. If you run the numbers, you're going to see there's going to be a couple thousand in there that's unaccounted for going back to the bowlers. Well, we got about $45,000 worth of live streaming equipment, okay? I bought a $500 tripod this week for the finals. That's got this head on it that when you move left and right, it's like seamless to improve on the choppiness from the side angle. It's $500. And I didn't like just go to the highest priced place. I bought it on eBay used off of a guy. It's a $1,000 tripod. I looked around for this thing for I don't know how long, and I'm doing it to improve our broadcast. Brian does it for the same reasons. So we do this because we love it. And it's no secret that this little inside bowling thing and this broadcasting and being able to bring this to everybody throughout the country, and people have taken a little bit of a liking to me, more so than 51% or more, which is good. It's landed me some credibility in the bowling industry, and it's created a little revenue for me in other ways. So that's what it's all about.
I don't recall going to your 20,000 square foot mansion, Mike. Do you have that somewhere? Because I don't recall that. But
no.
Everybody that thinks you're just raking it in on these events, I don't know what they're thinking about, but you give quite a bit back to the bowlers.
Oh yeah, we really try. And then I've even got my event staff sheet here that I print up, and you've got the tournament director is Jerry Anderson. He gets a couple $100 in his pocket for the weekend. Kim Richter, our office manager, Ricky Matsko, Jeff Reed, Ashley Cole, Brian Burkhart, Matt Turek, Vince Feeler also comes and helps us with our finals, who also works on the PBA Tour. Been friends with Vince for years. Jason here, we got to pay him $180,000.
I'm a senior color?
Yeah,
That means I'm senior?
No, you're the senior color analyst.
It means I'm an old man.
It means it means that you're know what you're talking about.
And I'm knocking down all kinds of cash. You know that.
Oh, I know, exactly. And then we've also got Doug Dukes here. So we've got a big tournament staff. My tournament staff, they're all good bowlers, too. They all joke that I'm the lowest average bowler on our staff. They're all good bowlers. Even Ashley and Kim, they can beat my brains in.
So we're going to have an after-hours bowling match tonight with all the staff?
Yeah, no, it won't happen, but it would be fun to do. I wish we could do that. When we establish a B team, maybe we'll do that. Looks like Matt Turek's back. What are you doing, Matt?
I was just scoping out the lanes after I heard about this after-hours staff match. How much money's on this? I need gas to get home, guys.
Oh, okay. All right, I see how it is.
I'm just joking.
As Brian's nearby now. He's within ear distance.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've got anything cooking in the kitchen right now with scores for the folks at home. Are the tabs updated? Can we look at this? They have tabs updated?
They do.
Yeah, hey, ladies and gentlemen, 9 minutes ago, we missed it. If you're on InsideBowling.tv and you're watching the feed, down below on the tabs, the event information tab, you click on that, you can see the standings after game number 1. You're watching halfway through game number 3. They should have game number 2 out in just a moment. Here from Tropicana Lane, St. Louis, Missouri, Mike Flanagan, Jason Couch, and Matt Turek bringing you this continuing coverage of the opening squad, the A squad, Friday 7 p.m. squad here from Tropicana Lane's 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open.
Guys, what are you seeing tonight so far after just, 2.5 games? I'm not seeing much transition. I'm just seeing kind of parallel moves, just kind of staying against the oil line. What are you guys seeing?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing guys get lined up, and I'm like, wow, they got a good look. And then I start talking to you guys, and I'm looking at the screen, and I'm trying to see what's going on. Then I turn around, and I look back at that bowler, and they're staring at a 2-8-10. That's really kind of what I see right now. Now, I will tell you, the guy leading the tournament, Tim Barron, bowled 276. I don't know what he had game number 2. But Tim Barron is within eye distance here, and I believe he's got the first 5.
He does. And I will go out on a limb here, and I'm sure people are going to hate me, but the guy's physical game is so good.
Yep.
Every time I see Timmy, I look at him and I go, dude, how do you ever lose? How do you ever lose a tournament?
He's a local guy, and not many from St. Louis go out and try the professional tour in the last 10 years, and Tim bowled a lot of tour stops there for a while. He gave it a go and just never did really break through, and I don't know what the reasoning for that was. He was around when they had the PTQs, so he had to go through it, had to earn his way there. And I just think lack of help from reps, and I'm not saying that's the only way you succeed on tour, everyone, but I'm just saying a little lack of help from reps and just not having the right help at the right time, I think, is what kind of snubbed him a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and get a shot at Tim here. We'll take a look at Tim. Bowling on lanes 43 and 44. And it looks like Mike Wolf just walked up on him right there. Looks like, hey, you're leading the tournament, Tim. I'm going to just go up and bowl. No, Mike wouldn't do that. I'm just playing, but it was pretty funny. Mike Wolf delivers a strike. Take a look at Tim Barrett. Jason, can you take a moment here and tell us where you see Tim playing the lanes?
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that Tim's still going to be playing him down and in. He's going to be somewhere in the track area, as he is. 10 back. Didn't like to slide, but 10 back. And the guy's a phenomenal player. I mean, for him to never do well on tour, you know, and I'm not going to go out there and say why he didn't do well on tour, but you know, there's a lot of guys that don't like living on the road. There's guys that don't like living on a suitcase. I can tell you what, though, I've always loved his game. Phenomenal player.
Well, he went minus in game number 2 because I have standings after game number 2. I'm not sure if they're up on your tabs yet. InsideBowling.tv. Click on the tab down below. And they do have standings up online now as well. And you'll get used to this for the rest of the tournament. Once they get this down, they've got it for the whole weekend. Riley Smith, your leader, at plus 105. Second place, Sean Maldonado, plus 94. Third place, Shea Bittenbender, plus 92. George Gohagen III has jumped up to 4th at plus 81. Mike Wolf, plus 72 in 5th position. In 6th, Ari Wilson at plus 67. 7th, Michael Moore at plus 64. We talked about Tim Barrett. He's in 8th at plus 60. Remeses Chambers, plus 59 in 9th position. I hope I got your name right there. 10th place, Mark Henninger, plus 56. EJ Tackett making a run. He's up to 14th at plus 49. Fagan in 15th. McNeil in 16th. Matt Gasson's now plus 33 and 18th. Craig Lamone down to plus 31, had a bad second game. Aaron Lawrence has rebounded at plus 30. And 28 of the 70 bowlers on A squad are plus. And that's Steven Jarvis at plus 2. Rhino Page is in 44th at minus 25. Brian Valenta in 52nd at minus 38. Just to give you a few notables and how they're doing. You can see all that, though, like I said, at your event information tab down below the screen on InsideBowling.tv. We do have a couple of people asking about the feed. And we are streaming at a pretty good bit rate here. So if you're experiencing issues on your end, it should be your internet. So there are a couple of different things that you can do. One is, I believe there is a button down below the screen where you might be able to change the stream quality. No, it's on a different setting, it looks like. One thing that you can do for sure is if you have an iPad or a tablet in general, or a cell phone, you can still chat with us through the chat client and just put it up on your cell phone. Works really good that way. For some reason, the mobile devices work really good when you're having issues on a PC. Rob McNaughton in the chat. God, that guy loves bowling. Thanks for being with us tonight.
My boy Rob, God love him.
We do like to cover everybody in the tournament, and we like to try to spend a little bit of time on everybody. And here in a moment, I want to feature a player that I'm sure not many people know about, but he has a famous daughter who's a really good bowler, and I predict in the next 2 years is going to win a PWBA title. Her name is Josie Ernest, and her father, Larry, is bowling this event for the 2nd year in a row, and we appreciate him bowling this event. And we've got a camera here, and we're going to give him a little bit of airtime here just because it's a great bowling family. He's the southpaw. And we'll take a look at the style of Larry Ernest. Pretty good shot. I've seen him hit in the pocket quite a bit, leaves the 7.
Down and in player, throwing the Columbia meltdown right now.
That's a pretty high-end ball, isn't it?
Upper mid, good ball, strong rolling ball. It's the first time I've got to see him throw it. That's impressive. His daughter can certainly bowl.
Now, I've got a text message that's just come in.
Oh boy.
And this is a great text message. And I'm only going to share some of it. But I can remember being in Utah about a month ago. And Schlimmer had told me that you had texted him and you thought you listened to Colin Howard.
Colin Cowherd. Colin
Jeez,
Cowherd.
What the hell happened right there? Yeah, Colin. He's awesome. He's a great show. And one of my friends that I've met in the industry that I've worked with before, who I just love hanging out with this guy, Louis, we met, who actually was our cameraman.
This
2
is
years
a
ago
true
here.
story, actually. Louis, yeah. He popped on Colin.
He did.
Yeah.
And he was going to come down and join us for this. He was going to try to get down here. And I told him, get down here, buddy. We'd love to have you part of the thing. He just said that he just absolutely loves it, that this event's still going on, and says that you and I sound great together already, working together. And now this is a lot coming from Louis because he's got broadcast background. So this is quite a compliment from a professional like Louis. And he says, have a great event, bro, and tell Jason that J.C. Watt is no Louis.
Wow.
So, Louis, thanks for being part of this, brother.
Heck yeah, Louis.
We love you, Louis. We love you, buddy.
I tell you what, man, I couldn't believe it that day. I'm sitting there listening to Colin Cowherd, and this guy just pops on, and hey, my name's Louis, and he started talking, and I shoot videos for this company. I'm like, that's Louis. And I had to call Schlem and just say, hey, dude, I'm telling you, I just heard Louis on the radio. So it was awesome.
Oh,
Hope he's doing well.
Oh, he's doing good. He's living the good life up in Iowa. He's got his dogs and his dad and his family, and he's driving cars, oversized load cars for Uncle Einie, and he's doing great. He's doing great, and I guarantee everyone this: Louis will be back part of one of these events, helping us with the broadcast, and we will have Louis Gone Wild one night. I promise you, a great guy. Continuing to watch the action here, and if this is your first time watching our broadcast, what we usually do in our broadcast is we like to kind of talk a little bit through qualifying, and then we really dial in the coverage as we get into the cuts and into match play. And then, of course, this Sunday night you do not want to miss at 7 o'clock, the finals. Someone's going to win $10,000.
It's got a hook. Missed right.
Tim Barrett was sitting on, what was that, Jason?
Front 8.
Front 8. That was his ninth shot right there.
Yes.
And remember, Tim sits in 8th position at this time. He was leader after game number 1, so he's going to climb his way right back up the leaderboard with a possible 278. So things are cruising along just fine here tonight. We're happy with our stream. We're happy with our guests. We're happy with Matt Turek's producing skills for a change.
For a change.
And we're happy to have Hall of Famer Jason Couch with us up here in the booth.
Yeah, for a change. You might go walk away to check on standings. I might eat one of your chicken nuggets over there. They smell mighty good right now.
Well, yeah, you know, when you're a celebrity in this town, you know, people drop you by free food.
Celebrity.
No, hey, I got to give a shout out to Kenny Strode too, who was nice enough to have me on 920 CBS Sports Radio here, and you can also listen live at InsideSTL.com. A great sports radio station ran by Tim McKernan, and the folks over there had me on talking about this event a little bit. And I will tell you that it's been a packed house here. I mean, there's a lot of people here, and it's looking really good as far as the amount of people that we have in the building.
I heard one person mention earlier in the crowd saying that there's more people here than there are at PBA regional events. I didn't get a chance to see who, but I just overheard it. That's always a good sign.
I will tell you that Brian probably needs to work on the font size a little bit on the scrolling scoreboards here in the building.
I just thought that was me getting old, but you're correct, sir.
That's another plug for my GoFundMe account for my glasses. Help me out with these font sizes, people.
Matt, I already told you I got the first 5 in there, my friend.
And I think I'm up to 550.
Shannon O'Keefe comes in light. I can't make out her score. And folks, you do see flickering on those screens, and it's because of the technology that's in it's old school TV monitors here, and that's why you're seeing flickering on the screens. It's not our cameras flickering. It's what we see is just fine. There's no flickering, but it's the best we can do. Shannon O'Keefe sits in 12th position coming into game number 3 at plus 52. She's averaging 226 for you math majors. Yes, sir.
Just got an update on my phone. For those of you local people watching at home, Yadier Molina exits in the 5th inning. That's kind of scary. Mike heads out in the booth here. Take care of some business, I believe. Is this still game number 4?
And Timmy Barrett, this is game number 3.
Oh.
And Timmy Barrett is bowling 260. If he gets doubles in the 10th here, it's going to be 270. So I can imagine he's going to go streak back up to the lead, I would assume.
See if I can get this. Great shot for Timmy.
Tell you what, I always say it. I just don't understand how he doesn't bowl better.
Well, that's a challenge. Trying to hold that thing and click the cameras with one hand.
That's why you are doing it and I am not, sir.
I guess.
Still a lot of multiple angles going on the lane right now.
Yeah, I have not had a chance really to look to see where people are at recently.
I think majority of them right now are playing in the track only because they're watching Timmy bowl right now. But you still see some playing to the right, to the outside on the right side, and still just kind of playing. That's a ball change there.
Yeah, it was a ball change, and he mixes them up.
Yeah.
279.
Still don't 278. Still don't want to. You still don't want to throw it away from the pocket.
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't think you want to do that at all this weekend.
No.
At any point. So then this is the start of Game 4 you're watching right here. This is the low-end camera at the logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Ebonite, Matt Turek, joined by Jason Couch, one of my childhood heroes. Grew up watching him bowl. It's a real honor to be in the booth with you.
Thanks for making me feel old, Matt. But that's all right.
Well, you know, I'm only 15, so don't feel that old. So look at Faj McQueen. I play fantasy baseball with this guy. He makes a good shot.
Actually got Eddie Bird coming up. Eddie, a good bowler in his own right. I don't know if many people know about Eddie Bird, but he's a great bowler and works at a pro shop here in the local St. Louis area.
Yep, that's actually where I'm taking my equipment to get drilled. Works out of St. Charles Lanes, just across the Missouri River.
Best bowling, Daniel Puerto.
He's in attendance here spectating. You know, he had a cool video on Facebook he posted this week about the pattern once it got announced. I believe it was yesterday or the day before, where he actually broke down the pattern and, you know, different things like that. And it's kind of cool to see a pro shop owner, you know, take steps like that and get on social media and
tell you
promote
what,
a local event.
I've done a lot of events with Daniel over the last 2 years, going to Costa Rica with him, went to Mexico with him, and just the knowledge he has of the game and the passion he has for the game is truly amazing, and he wants to see the game succeed. Not only, he owns pro shops and he wants to do well for himself, but he also wants to see the game succeed. You know, we need the game to succeed. It's still the #1 participation sport.
Yeah.
But we need to get more bowlers, grassroots bowlers in the bowling center, and I think Daniel's doing a great job of doing that.
You know, I might take some flack on saying this here from people watching at home, but I really think that PBA team show that they had in Maine a few weeks back, where the crowd was just going crazy with their chants and their signs, they had fat heads up. I really think that was good for the sport.
I guess I'll bash both of us because I agree.
You know, I mean, it made it exciting. When Aaron Andrews was up there talking to the players before they even took to the lanes, and they're chanting and they're yelling and they're waving their fat heads around. There's a fat head of Tom Clark. It was just really cool to see.
Bowling's not used to the craziness of a soccer
Yeah,
atmosphere,
exactly.
but it needs to be.
Yeah.
We need to have that in our
I
environment.
agree. I totally agree. I think that was great for the sport.
It's amazing to see when you go to a new pair, you got some people that stay lined up and you got some people that completely miss the head pin.
Yeah.
Just depends on who you're following.
Guys, I've been walking around a little bit here, talking to tournament director Jerry Anderson. He's been walking the floor, been talking to people. They've been giving me predictions, what they think the cut score is going to be so early. A lot of good talking out there. A lot of people analyzing bowling patterns from the back concourse area. This is all really good stuff for bowling. And I've heard guesses anywhere from 183 to 226. It's the consensus right now after tomorrow's qualifying to make the top 32. The top 32 are going to return Sunday morning to bowl 4 more games, all pins carrying over. And then we'll cut to the top 12, do round robin match play with that all-important position round game number 12. And then about an hour later, depending on pace of play, give or take, we will then bring you our already person that's made the step ladder. Jason Couch will be in the booth or bowling. Hopefully bowling.
Sounds like a winner.
I want to put Matt on the spot. let him be the color analyst.
Be the color for the. I'd be replacing old Randy.
Well,
big shoes to fill.
What I think will happen is when Jason makes it, hopefully, and basically this is the deal that's got to happen for us. And if Couch, you want to take your earphones off, that's up to you. But we can't have Gotchel, Couch, and O'Neill make the final.
So we need one of them up here?
We need one of them.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. To fulfill our contract with the sponsor.
Well, I got to tell you guys, if I've got to take one for the team, then you know what? I can't do it. I can't do it.
I wouldn't do
I
it.
can't let Bill
I
O'Neill
wouldn't.
beat me one tournament. I can't do it. It would drive me crazy.
Jason, I've never asked you this. Are you one of those guys that enjoys to watch bowling, or would you just actually can't stand it and you'd rather just be out there throwing the bowling ball?
That's a good question, Mike. I quit for 2.5 years, didn't bowl a single tour stop and tore it up for a while, and it doesn't bother me to sit back and watch. What does bother me, though, is when you watch guys or people, I shouldn't say guys, just people, when they continue to play the lanes wrong and not do the right thing. That drives me a little crazy. And I guess that's just the habit of being in the environment for so long. But it doesn't bother me to sit back and watch bowling. I kind of enjoy it. I kind of watch how people react to adversity. and it's kind of fun, and but by all means, I would rather be out there bowling.
Well, and that's why when you and I talked about you coming in town and being part of this event for us, which again is much appreciated, we decided as a group decision that you need to go out there and throw the rock.
I think it helps too. I mean, if I go out there and I bowl and I don't happen to make it and I come back into the booth, I'm going to have an idea of what the lanes are doing and talk to people while I'm down there and understand what's going on. And I think it gives a different perspective instead of just sitting up here all weekend and trying to guess on what's going on.
Well, I'm going to tell you, too, a couple of years ago, a great story was developing. Del Ballard Jr. had the lead in this tournament with about 7 games to go before the step ladders. And he fluttered down the stretch a little bit, but it was so cool to see him out there doing the leg kick and giving the fist pump, and Del was into it. And that, to me, was awesome.
So there was like 3 entries that year or something? That Del Ballard would be leading a tournament? The last time I bowled a tournament with Del Ballard, I had to drag him to a doubles title. Like to kill me.
Hey, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We got Jason Couch over here picking on another Hall of Famer, Del Ballard Jr. Matt Turek, myself, Mike Flanagan, bringing you the coverage here from Tropicana Lanes, the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open. Brought to you by Kegel, and all the live coverage this weekend brought to you by the great brand of Ebonite. That's pretty good stuff, man.
I tell you what, Mike, it's a privilege to be here. It really is. And I'm sure you know how much I bleed the Ebonite brand itself. And we're just proud to be part of this sponsorship. And, for all the Ebonite fans out there, you have no idea what's coming. It's going to be a good thing. And I'm sure if you've done the Game Breaker 2, I'm sure you might know what's coming next. You should be excited.
One of my favorite balls of all time is the original Playmaker. I have 2 of them. I still throw one. The other one is really old, and I bought another one, which is a little bit better, newer, cleaner, fresher. But I love that ball. I had an original Game Breaker 2, and then I shot like 3 and 8 with it, and it cracked around all the way around, sitting in my room, and I think I cried that day. I have not thrown the remake yet, or the Game Breaker 2, but I've seen videos and I've seen people throwing it, and it looks amazing.
You need to give it a shot.
Yeah, I need to get it.
You really do. We've come a long way with what's going on with the Ebonite brand, and I'm excited to be a part of it. And you know what? I've been throwing the Code of Honor the last few weeks, and for a guy with my rev rate and my ball speed, it's tough to throw the higher end balls, but I tell you what, it's been impressive to watch that ball go down the lane. And obviously, everybody's doing well with the Game Breaker 2s, and we're just proud to be a part of this event.
Ricky.
Hey,
yeah.
I want to address something here, Jason, that came up here in the chat. Okay?
Sure.
That's what we do. Because I want to talk about this, because I've recently been involved with a competitor of Ebonite International, and I've always taken the approach of, there's enough sales for everyone, and bowling needs to grow, and everybody's going to grow, and I've never been one of these guys that gets really caught up into a bowling ball brand. I believe every company brings something to the table. And the gentleman here in the chat asked if Ebonite was ever going to become relevant again. Now, the thing to me with that statement is addressing you with it, as I know how much you bleed Ebonite and how good they've been to you, and it probably hurts to hear that statement. But tell everybody at home a little bit about why they should believe in Ebonite. Why Ebonite is such a good brand.
Well, first of all, we're over 100 years old. We haven't gone anywhere. We're still there. We're still in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, which is, we make unbelievable bowling balls in our plant. But to the fact that, this is a very cyclical industry, that things are going to move, constantly move.
Yep.
And with the brands that we have 4 brands, and there's going to be some rotation. There's always going to be constant changing. But I can tell you this, if you're the blue-collar guy, Ebonite's your brand, and it always has been. We have value for your dollar. Our bowling balls are going to be a little cheaper on the high performance side than anybody else, but you're still going to get the same value. We've got some great products out right now. We have the Code of Honor, we have the Salute, we have the Game Breaker 2. We have phenomenal bowling balls that are just solid right now. And if anybody thinks that our bowling balls aren't any good, they haven't thrown our bowling balls lately. You know what? For a couple years ago, we were struggling. We were struggling to find our identity, and we were struggling to find our ball motion. We weren't very good. But in the last 2 years, we have completely flipped that around. I'm so excited to be a part of it, and I can't tell you how good the balls roll right now. It's just a testament to our company. 100 years old, we're still going. We're still going strong, and I'm so proud to be a part of it.
And that's why I wanted to throw it out there, because I've seen some ebonite balls go down the lane, and they're rolling real good right now. And the other thing that you're seeing, too, is public perception is a lot. And right now you're seeing a lot of the other brands really doing well, and there's been some dominance here and there. But when you look at the amount of raffle tickets in the bucket, currently right now, in my opinion, not really knowing, I feel like Ebonite's in a bit of a rebuilding stage right now. There's been a couple of key personnel moves. Great people, from what I understand, great people, didn't get to work with them. You could talk about that more, but sometimes things have to change a little bit. And I know the plan going forward, just from the little bit of talks I've had with some of you guys, since leaving my other position and being involved with this tournament, that there are a lot of really good things on the horizon for Ebonite. And, you know, just one example I can think of is what happened a couple days ago on the live stream with Matt Cannizzaro and Aaron Smith. Was Rob Gottschall taking a Game Breaker 2 and bowling 750, whatever it was, or 750 plus, I don't know the number.
783, not that I know.
783 with a Game Breaker and didn't have to pull out a different ball during team event at one of the hardest patterns at Nationals. I don't know. That's pretty relevant to me, to go back to the statement in the chat.
Well, you know what, Mike, to kind of hit on that, a lot of our balls aren't going down the lane right now from our aspect of what we'd like to see, but it doesn't mean that our bowling balls aren't very good. And our bowling balls right now are phenomenal. And, you know, for a guy to come out of the office and go bowl 780 is a testament to how good our bowling balls are. I'm not taking anything away from Rob Gottschall, but as hard as we work him, it's not like he gets to go practice every day.
You hit the nail on the head. Rob Gottschall leading in Nationals right now, all events, and also they took over the team lead. He threw a clutch strike in the 10th frame. You can go see that on Bowl TV over at youtube.com/Bowl TV, our friends over at the USBC. But that's what I told a couple of people was he's working so much to be able to, first of all, he switched ball companies about a year and a half ago, and it takes a little while to get used to the new equipment. And he was able to have some success right away. It was Team USA, everything else. And then to see him go do what he did after not practicing as much as normal for that event and just going out and keeping it simple and believing in the products he was throwing, I mean, that's awesome for him to do. And you know what? He's going to come out here and compete this weekend. And sometimes a trend is your friend, and we might see him in the stepladder final. He made it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Listen, after bowling that score at the USBC, how can you not have any confidence rolling into this place?
Absolutely. So we want to thank you all for being part of tonight's broadcast. 8-game qualifying block coming up here tonight. We are just through game number 3 into game number 4, about the 4th frame throughout. We are over on the high side of the building, otherwise known as the north side of Tropicana Lanes in Richmond Heights, Missouri, a suburb of St. Louis. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined by Matt Turek, my very good friend and producer, and believe it or not, Jason Couch, Hall of Famer, also joining us. Matt Turek and I have worked together on several occasions in the bowling industry and bowling centers.
Yeah, I think I got my start with you at what is now called Brunswick Zone Chesterfield.
Yep.
Back then it was called I still call it Four Seasons. I believe we worked at Concord Lanes a little bit. We worked at Crest Bowl, back when Crest was good.
Getting some really good direct text coming in here. Mr. Wadka and another gentleman here.
Wow, from my boss.
Yeah, very nice compliment there.
Wow, I appreciate that, boss man.
So Yeah, we certainly, I know some of the executives at Ebonite are watching right now, and since I know they're watching right now, I really want to take a minute to just thank them for their generosity sponsoring our coverage this weekend. That E you see in the bottom right is thanks to them, and not only that, but sending out support and staff. And Vice President of Marketing Jim Cormier is going to be here tomorrow and the next day to present the check. Really take this tournament serious, and it means a lot to us.
You know, guys, we're really here to we're really here for on the part of bowling. To be honest with you, it's we're all about supporting bowling the best we can, and no matter what event it is, and this happens to be a great one, but we just want to continually support the sport of bowling.
You know who I think has got an awesome jersey here tonight?
Who's that?
Jordan Richard. This thing looks like a baseball jersey straight out of New York. It says Ebonite on the front of this thing. He's got his number on the back, his nickname on the back. Well, I guess it looks more like an LA Dodgers jersey than anything.
That's what it should look like.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Get a quick look at it here. Jordan Richard from the St. Louis area. You get a kind of an awesome look at it. That's really cool.
I knew we were going to get blocked by that tripod.
Did he carry it? I can't.
No.
No, he didn't. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
I got to tell you, I love the jersey. I appreciate it. But you know what? I am a huge Dodger fan.
Are you?
And this is my nemesis, this city of St. Louis, because
no.
they have tortured me in baseball for years. Not only the last couple of years with the Cardinals beating the Dodgers, but also, I don't know if you guys remember Jack Clark. He ruined me when I was in high school. The Cardinals beat the Dodgers. I mean, but I still love this town. Trust me.
Yeah, I like the Dodgers. I had Adrian Gonzalez on my fantasy team last year.
Well, you need him this year.
I
Jeez,
know,
that
he went
guy
crazy.
right now.
Killed me the first week. It was unbelievable. 5 home runs.
Hey, guys. Standings after game number 3. It'll be refreshed down below on your tabs here in just a moment, but we have it hot off the press out of the Xerox machine here. George Gohagen III returns to this tournament after missing the last couple of years, had a lot of success the first 2 years, is now your leader after 3 games at plus 149. Riley Smith is second at plus 144. Sean Maldonado making a nice move at plus 141. Tim Barrett improves to 4th place at plus 138, a local. Matt Gasson at plus 101, tied with Shea Bittenbender for 5th. Dylan Macon at plus 98 at 7th. Mike Wolf at plus 96, tied with E.J. Tackett for 8th place. And rounding out your top 10, Mark Henninger still hanging on at plus 82. Defending champion Matt McNeil sits on the outside at plus 78, 11th place. And our high female so far, Shannon O'Keefe, sits in 14th at plus 60. Other names like Fagan, Lawrence, Ari Wilson, Gregory Young, all kind of in the hunt. Ronnie Russell, after 3 games, sits at plus 17. Getting a feel for the lanes. Remember, 8-game block, a lot of bowling left here. A lot of bowling left, and through 3 games, 33rd place and above are plus out of 70 bowlers this spot. So there you have it. It's updated on your tabs down below at InsideBowling.tv. Hey, let's check the chat. If you have a question for us, give us a question. Also, don't forget, you can tweet us up here in the booth at hashtag InsideBowling. Looks like we have a couple of tweets coming in. What do we have?
Good luck.
Listening to one of the greatest of all time, Jason Couch, on the Inside Bowling live stream.
Here's a question for Jason. What do you do during downtime when you're not bowling or promoting? Is there downtime?
There is no downtime.
That's
I
what
would be a DSM, which is a district sales manager for Ebonite International. I oversee the southern 7 states for ball sales, or pretty much sales in general for Ebonite. So Downtime? No, not really. But
I mean, you've been getting your travel on lately.
after that, I have 4 daughters, and I like to see them grow up and do their things with activities with school and stuff. So constantly busy.
It says 24/7 on call.
24/7 on call, be about right.
We have Eclipse 200 viewers. We thank you for that.
Going about 2.5 hours into the live stream here.
Yeah, they got started a little bit. Well,
It wasn't that long.
no, it wasn't.
Maybe
Yeah.
5 or 7 or 8 minutes. Not long at all.
Clock's taking a little bit longer than anticipated.
Yep, I agree with that.
We'll bring everybody up to speed on what's going on here too. I think it's a good time to do that in case you're just joining us. I'm Mike Flanagan, and this is Jason Couch up here in the booth with me, and Hall of Famer Jason Couch and Hall of Shamer Matt Turek.
You know, it's funny you bring that up because the other day at work I was watching old clips and old shows from the 90s of The Late Show. And Paul Shaver looked so young. And just like, I don't know, it reminded me of that real quick. But
You had nowhere to take that?
well, it all started with Ronnie Dangerfield, I guess.
He
I was
thought I
watching
looked young on my 90s shows, is what he was getting at.
My 90s shows.
Okay. Well,
No, it started with Ronnie Dangerfield. I started looking him up on YouTube, and I was watching all of his old stand-up with Johnny Carson back in the day. And then when he got a little bit later, in the 90s and whatnot, he was on The Late Show, so I saw a clip of that. And then I was like, oh, I used to watch this as a kid when I was going to bed. So then I started looking up old Late Show clips and video.
I'm going to ask our tournament leader a few questions. George Gohagen, he's near the booth.
He's talking to his dad there.
George, couple questions for you. You're leading the tournament after 3 games after missing the tournament for a few years. How does it feel, and what are you doing out there?
It feels really good. I'm throwing it good, trying to stay out of trouble. The lanes are very, very playable. They're not easy. They're not tough, but they're playable. You got to make good shots. I made a good ball switch in the middle of game 1, and just been trying to stick with it, trying to make good shots and stay in control.
This center compared to the old center when you bowled there, what are you seeing different between the wood house with the friction when you bowled in 2011 and 2012 and now back here in 2015?
There's a lot more push. They're a lot tighter down lane. There was a lot more, of course, friction at crest lanes. You know, a lot of friction on the gutter there. Not so much here. You can't throw it away. You got to be on top of it here, and that's the differences between the two places.
Do you feel good?
I feel great. I feel awesome.
There's a question in the chat for you, George. I want to know what ball you're throwing right now.
Optimus.
The Optimus.
Optimus, yeah. Optimus. It seems to be the golden ball right now, so we'll see. I got some other tricks in the bag just in case that stops working, but that's the ball right now.
And just one more question for you. You got your coach here. You and Ron Hickland have partnered back up again. He's helping you with your bowl, and is he helping you tonight?
Oh, he's always helping me. You know, even more than a coach, he's a great friend, support. And that's good to have in your corner. And he's incredibly smart, so that always helps too. But yeah, he's got a set of eyes on him, and he's a genius, so that definitely helps.
All right, man. Well, good luck to you.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, brother. All right, he's got to get back out there and bowl, but always good to check in with the tournament leader when he's nearby. I don't know much about Riley Smith. Does anybody know?
He bowled a couple of our MJT events that me and Ricky did.
So he's a young guy?
Yeah, he's a younger guy. I
he
believe
right-handed
he
or
goes for
left-handed?
Lindenwood. I think he's right-handed, but I've been known to be wrong. And he throws it pretty well. He stays behind it pretty well. And
well, the reason
it's actually cool to see him at the top here.
Well, the reason why I want to talk about it here real quick is last year 3 lefties made the finals. And there are people out there in the IHL fan club. If you don't know what that is, it's I hate left-handers. All right, there's one in the booth with me right now.
Well, Del Ballard's the president.
But George Gohagen's left-handed. He's leading the tournament. Okay, but I wanted to look down the list and see where the next lefty is, and I'm not seeing one.
Ricky would know for sure, and I'm sure he's listening to us in the tournament office, so he might run out here and
Matt McNeil would be my
slap
first
me.
one that I know at 11.
11. So 1 and 11. You got Riley Smith, Sean Maldonado, Tim Barron, Matt Gasson, Shea Bittenbender, Dylan Macon, Mike Wolf, EJ Tackett, Mark Henninger, all between the next lefty. I just like to keep an eye on that. You know, I gave Larry Ernest a little bit of airtime earlier and didn't know he was going to our featured pair.
Got a little string going, doesn't he?
Looks like he does. Oh, look, Brian improved upon that font.
Yes, he did. I was going to point that out, but you were
I was probably
You were busy.
I was on a rant. About
busy
something.
flapping those gums.
No dull moment in the booth, boys.
You know,
Not on a Friday night.
I know I actually considered doing what Fox does with NASCAR, which is crank it up,
Oh, I
and
can't
we
wait
just
to
go
hear this.
silent. We just take a microphone and I just whip it down the lane through the pins, leave it in the pit for about
Crank it up.
3 frames, and we just say, "Here we go! It's time to pin deck it up."
Why don't you have everybody throw out the first ball at the same time? Like a start your engines.
All right,
ball.
everybody, turn up your surround sound speakers. It's time for Inside Bowling's Crank It Up.
I was just corrected. Riley bowls for McHenry. That's another local college program.
Rhino Page is having a rough go of it here,
Yes, he is.
and I don't think it's because of a lack of hitting the pocket. I'm actually getting people messaging now wanting to know the lane cheat sheet, please.
Didn't you already go over that
I did,
with
but
the panels?
not all people have access to a pin that quickly. And if they're watching the webcast on their phone, it's difficult to type it into notes while you're watching. Actually, it's not difficult, it's impossible.
I will go with the cheat sheet would be lane 51, lane 40, lane 38, lane 29, lane 28, lane 3, lane 5, lane 11, lane 15, lane 17, lane 19, lane 22, and lane 24 will be all the panels that have been replaced from HPL to SPL. That would be your cheat sheet for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. If I went too quick, you'll have to slow it down.
Thanks for that, Jason. Appreciate you going over that again. Our director of scoring, Ricky Matsko, is just joining us here in the booth, letting us know that everything's going well back there. For those of you that are interested in brackets, if you must know what the brackets are like here, because we do get people that ask that. For a squad of 70 today, we have, the way we do the brackets here is we do them starting games 1 and 2. You can put your money into that pool of games, and it evens them out. So if you get in 6, you have 3 starting game 1 and 3 starting game 2. We've got 21 of those. We've got 22 that start games 3 and 4, and 22 that start games 5 and 6. And then we have 71 brackets at $5 that randomly go throughout. And that's where we sit with that.
Plenty action to be had here, if you'd like.
Yeah, tomorrow for sure also. For sure. This is just getting started here tonight with this 70 bowler squad. We actually made an executive decision. We were going to cap it at 72. That way it keeps 4 on a pair.
for tonight.
Yeah. Once we saw how the entries were coming in, we weren't going to have a pair with 5. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, because if you change it around and try and put different numbers on different pairs, it would take forever.
Yeah. Zeno Garcia tagging me on Facebook. His Friday night. Got the screen here. Tagging our stream. Looks real good. Nice and clear. Josh Tajiri coming from all the way from Los Angeles to bowl this event. IB Open, here I come 9 hours ago from LA. Jeff Riggles wrote a nice blog today at the11thframe.com. Got to thank him for his support of this event over the years as well. Victor Varner is letting people know about this event on Facebook and has been posting the standings. Pete Barta has a comment for that. Says, looking a little walled up.
It's early, Pete. Settle down. It's early.
Looking walled. Well, in that case, Adam Barta is one of the greatest wall bowlers I've ever seen in my life with 180-something 300 games. So I guess we'll see quite a few out of him this weekend.
I would hope so.
And that does not mean, by the way, before anybody starts typing in the chat, because there's a big Barta nation, and I love Adam Barta, doesn't mean he can't bowl in anything hard either. It's not what I'm saying, folks. Do not infer the other.
No one would do that, would they, Mike?
Probably not. Probably not. Chris Hester says, Flanagan hates Barta. Pass it on.
Oh, Hester, relax. I think Hester hates me. So, I don't know. Is that going to work out?
Well, here, I'm going to go with a low blow here because Chris is one of my friends, and Chris is one of those guys that's been battling some health issues over the last couple of years, and anybody that follows bowling and knows Chris Hester is aware of that, and you never punch a guy below the belt. But since he started it, Chris, it's a shame that your fingers on the keyboard have to do the talking instead of your bowling ball at this event every year.
I will bowl for Chris Hester tomorrow. As long as he pays the entry fee, I will bowl for him.
Did you see he's got a girlfriend?
What?
Yeah.
After all this work he does for us and all this health problems he's had, he's got time for a girlfriend.
He overachieved.
Wow, what else is new?
I'm talking about overachieving. This is the definition of it. He outkicked the coverage, definitely.
Not Hester.
Well, you know, he's got that Rico Suave, you know, demeanor and delivery.
Sure, if that's what you want to call it, Val.
Oh, he says that she feels sorry for him. That makes a lot more sense. Just to let people know, there's no dress code for this event. I basically let people know no wife beaters, no curse words. And for the most part, most everybody looks pretty good. And I've told people this for a long time. If someone showed up like Lady Gaga did at the MTV Music Awards wearing nothing but meat, that would be a good thing for bowling, because I would definitely clip that out and I would throw that to TMZ or something and we'd get more coverage for bowling. Jason just let me know that George Gohagen has moved right in front of the booth, lanes 39 and 40. We do have a wireless cam as his game develops. We will cover some time with GG3. Thanks for being with us tonight. You're looking at the beginning of game number 5 is about to start. We've got game number 5 down on the low end. Game number 4 finishing up with Tim Barrett on lane 48. Good people here tonight, Jason. I noticed Daniel Porto's here tonight. Got Dave Waswo from the Bowler Show hanging up out here in the booth. All kinds of good people here.
Means you run a good show.
Well, we got great people here. I'm going to interview Dave Waswo. He's interviewed me enough. Dave, tell me, you bowled last year. You got the last cash spot. What are you seeing so far this year compared to last year?
I am seeing a lot of the same stuff. Maybe just a little more push early, but real similar action and motion in the bowling balls. I haven't seen a lot of the scores yet. I saw 600s, 700s through 3 games. I see a lot of the same people throwing in the same areas. And I think for myself, just from what I've seen so far, I think it's playing real similar. You're going to have to play right. I haven't seen hardly anybody in yet. Anything in is wobbling, and the guys going straight up further out, to me, are scoring a lot better. Obviously, surface, something anybody's scoring right now, but a lot of similarities. I know the pattern's a little bit different, but to me, it's playing the same way. You got people to the right, and you've also got some people that are hitting them, and some people you would think would be hitting them aren't hitting them.
Cool. When did you get in?
I got in today about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, I'll be bowling in the morning. I was working hard here with the Bowler Show. I got interview with Anthony Pepe, getting ready to go talk with Rob Gottschall, and maybe a couple others before I hit the sack and get ready for the morning.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for stopping by, Dave. We'll see you more this weekend, brother.
All right, man. Thanks.
Dave Waswo from the Bowler Show. You can check him out at thebowlershow.com. Great show he runs every week. Guy that just absolutely dedicates him to the sport of bowling. We appreciate all that Dave does. He's had me on the show several times. Good dude. Pete Barta must be listening tonight because he's tweeted at InsideBowling looking walled up. Oh, I love it.
How many 700s did we have out of the shoot for 3 games?
6.
6 out of how many?
70.
70. Huh. Less than 10%, but they're walled. And it's not like this is a league.
Half the field is plus, half the field is minus.
Yeah, but they're, yeah, okay.
Okay, so Gohagen's right in front of us, folks, and I'm sorry that we're not bringing you him at the moment, but I just want to talk about what's happened to him so far on lanes 39 and 40. I believe he came in light on lane 40.
Correct.
For like a 3-6 or something like that.
Correct.
And then he went over to 39 and he flushed one. And then he went right back over, and he split the 8-9, actually. I mean, it was awesome.
Yeah, on 39 he did,
yeah,
yes.
39. And then over here on 40, we just saw him go 3-7-9.
Yep. So there's definitely more push, or the whole lane is tighter on lane 40. And 39 reacted exactly how he thought it was going to.
Well, here's something interesting. Lane 40 has an SPL panel, and lane 39 has an HPL panel. Just to throw more at that whole little controversy and stat fun fact that I decided to just share for fun. A lot of JT Action Jackson tonight on our live stream. We will take you down to the low end, the lanes 31 and 2, and take a peek at what's happening down here. Aaron Lawrence coming at you. Looking up and down the concourse, we've got about 100 people on this side of the center watching some bowling. And I would guess the combined average of the bowlers, even counting the spectators that don't bowl, still probably somewhere around 210. I mean, I'm looking over here. I see Jason Sterner watching. You know, I look over here. I see Kyle King. I see Angie Ramirez.
That would be George Gohagen 10 back on 39 again.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to him on lane 40 after going light. I'll get a camera on him. Matt Turek back in the booth.
Hello.
What's the latest and greatest of what's going on with wherever you were?
I went to the bathroom.
Oh, that's great.
So you really want to know? I was talking to David Wadka actually a little bit. And he's talking about it.
Who?
David Wadka. Is that right? Do I not have that right?
David Wadka. David Wadka is the guy that's been text bombing us. Waswo?
Waswell.
He was just in the booth for a minute.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
from the Bowler Show.
Yeah. I apologize then.
Close enough.
Yeah, I mean, they both sound the same. They both have 5 letters, right?
I can hear it now next week.
Oh, God.
Matt's going to send me a message. Man, that Jason Couch guy is really nice. He doesn't give me nearly as hard a time as you do. As Jason says, close enough. You know, Flanagan, stop ripping on the dude.
Yeah.
You know,
Micromanaging like a pro.
I'm going to have to move over to the right seat and put Jason in the middle.
Where are we going to start
I
arguing?
can't take that kind of responsibility on.
All right, well, let's see what I can do here. It's probably going to look better over here. I'm going to, you know
Yeah,
what?
I think I almost ripped the plug out of it earlier.
This should work like this. I could probably get you some shots of some stuff here. All right. Here's Gohagen on the right lane. We've been talking about him. And we've been talking about how he's been going light on this lane. He's working on a strike.
It's a little tilted there, Mike.
This would be a key double.
Oh, he liked it.
Nice adjustment.
That lane's definitely tighter. Definitely tighter.
Well, everybody, 310 entries is going to be the number. Unbelievable. All I got to do is say thank you to everybody. That is unbelievable. Putting a flyer out exactly 30 days before the tournament.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. And with only a month of promotion.
I will tell you, the bowling center was scared.
Were they?
I told them I was coming. I told them, give me the lanes. And they're like,
Did they not think you could bring it?
well, they're just like, this is kind of late, isn't it? Because at first, we couldn't have the tournament here because they've put their leagues off so many times,
Yeah.
and they had the NCAA championships. But Tino and Ray are good guys, and they said, well, let's see what we can do. So we bribed one of the leagues, and we paid them off. And the other league, the bowlers didn't. Have you heard a bowler complaining? I know we've been in the booth, but I haven't heard anybody rumbling about, oh, this sucks that you got to cross over to the other side and then come back, and how this squad's different than the other squads. I haven't
No,
heard
but
that
I
yet.
think what benefits that is that you made that very clear from the get-go. That, you know, that would, you know, you
Everybody
were out
had-
in the open with that.
Yeah, everybody had the same opportunity.
Exactly. Nobody was surprised by that.
One of my favorite things to do is to basically take the elephant in the room and bring them out
Yeah.
in front of everybody.
Call it out and get it out in the open.
Throw them a bunch of peanuts, you know, and let them have a good time. Yeah, so great. I can even probably, as long as there's nobody that, I'm not going to post it yet, but I could probably put together a prize fund tonight. 310 bowlers. Let me do a little math real quick. I know what my expenses are, and I know what I got to pay all these high rent employees.
Like me.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Plus lineage went up this year a bit.
Yo, yo, yo.
I think I got this equation here.
I am running in 2016. Yo, yo, yo for president.
I think our prize fund is going to be unofficially $58,280.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Here's a chat question. How many entries last year, Mike?
3. Check the flyer from this year. It says it right on it.
Oh, okay.
317 or 312. I can't remember. Should have photos or something. 312. 312, but keep in mind, I put 6 on a pair on Saturday. And if I put 6 on a pair on Saturday this year, we'd beat it. But I said, no, we'll not do that. Gohagen tripled, guys. Should have an update after game 4 very, very shortly. Let's take a quick look. I heard Tarasenko scored.
Yeah, he scored when I was in there. I went to the bathroom, and I heard everybody in there yelling.
How in the world
Somebody scored.
do you get to leave the booth and go watch the hockey
Go
game?
watch the hockey game. Cardinals won.
I'm not going in there.
3-0.
I want to be out here with the people in the chat, even though you don't want to be.
I like the chat.
No, you
That's
don't.
why I'm sitting here watching it.
You said, Mike, do I really got to do this tournament again?
That's exactly what I said, isn't it? I was like, oh, Mike,
That's
it's coming up this weekend already?
1-1, Blues, Wild.
No. Is it?
Yeah, 1-1 right here.
It was
Says
1-0, and then I went in there, and I thought they scored. I'll be. Second period. Speaking of Tarasenko, did you see that goal the other night?
Yeah,
the
it was pretty
repeat
good.
of the New York goal where he one-hands it in as George gets 4 in a row.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to get Gohagen on the next shot. Gohagen's one of these guys. He's a bit of a field player. And when he gets going, he gets going. Yeah, Matt, the reason for that is because I unplugged it. It's probably saving battery.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was just making sure.
That's my guess.
Okay.
I was going off battery power up here. So I have no idea how this thing works. But we'll figure it out.
Looks like a spaceship.
That looks kind of nice. That looks good.
Looks like a prop from the new Star Wars
And
movie.
then to turn it on, I'm going to guess that you, let's see. Maybe that button?
Can you get a shot of this?
Nope, not that button.
Look at Mike playing with the camera.
Well, yeah, here's what I got.
Yeah, look at
You
this
gotta
thing.
get this.
I mean,
Get
that
this
might
plugged
abduct
in.
you.
Well, that thing right there powers this USB thing up here, so we don't really need that yet. We just got to figure out how to turn the camera on.
Can you just hit like a button or a zoom button?
Well, I'm sure there's buttons.
No, there are buttons.
Oh, Jason found it. He found the magic.
No, probably.
Oh,
yeah, no, that's
Oh,
it. Turn it off and
that's
back on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah. And
And exactly right. We have nothing.
oh,
Oh,
there
oh,
it is.
there it
Oh,
is.
There it is. Yeah, just came up. Just in time for Gohagen. Let's see what I can do here. All right, I got you.
Here we go. Straight from technical troubleshooting to the lanes, Mike Flanagan.
This is a new camera.
It is a new camera. I was just going to mention
It's
that.
Brian's personal camera, so
Oh.
don't break it, man.
Well, you're holding it.
Just like that, Jason Couch, 7-9.
Looked really good online, but
Did
just
that
do it
just
hard.
happen?
He just threw it hard.
Did that just happen?
Yeah.
I took my ears off to talk to the family for a little bit.
Well, that's what can happen. Let's get out of here.
Yep, we're getting out of here.
So that tells you about this pattern. You can throw 3-4 in a row, and then you just either miss it a little bit at the bottom, which makes it hydroplane a little bit more, or you can just throw it a little fast, and you're not gonna, ping a 7. You're gonna leave a 7-9.
Just like he threw it a little hard. But listen, I think you could make this. You never know. Good thing you put the camera down.
We got a shout out for Faj McQueen, a good friend of mine. He's assistant commissioner of my fantasy baseball league.
What a shot that was to put in there.
I don't know where he's bowling, guys. Is he?
Yeah, he's the director of nothing over at over at the mulch farm.
Mulch farm. The mulch farm. That's so funny. Oh man,
I kid you not, a friend of mine worked at McDonald's, and they had a guy that worked there
that's a funny story.
who was so useless that he actually made the other employees not be able to get stuff done. So they sent him outside every day to water the mulch. and he was extremely proud of how his mulch looked. That's terrible. I'm sorry.
His last name wasn't Couch, was it?
No, let's see. I still have a picture of this guy, and it's got a little caption. Wadka.
Oh, that's it.
In the Navy.
I just wanted to see if he was still watching.
Well, thank you, Faj, in the chat there for protecting us and allowing us to bring this live stream action to you.
Oh, we got military in there. Is that
Yeah, that's Faj's brother in the Navy.
Well, let me tell you something.
And well, go ahead.
When we went out and did the military bowling
I bet
championships,
that was really cool.
unbelievable. And the people that sent me messages afterwards, family members themselves, everybody, unbelievable. And there are some talented bowlers that represent our country that don't get a chance to bowl as much as they should. There's a couple of possible regional champions, guys that can make the step ladder in this that are military bowlers.
And we appreciate what they do for us.
We wouldn't be able to do this without it.
Totally, I'm scared to death to live in the world right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to get off on this tangent,
I don't
guys,
want to either because I'll go and piss people off.
but I'm scared to death of what we got going on in a certain part of the world with a certain group. I don't like that at all.
Well, before we do, let's take a look at Matt Gasson here on the low end, playing the inside part of the lane now, 4-pin.
I do want to give a shout out to Hula Hands, a restaurant here in the St. Louis area.
Yeah, this guy.
I got some chicken
He's
strips.
been sitting here all night with this.
I got some chicken strips, and they've been here since 4 p.m., and they're still tasting pretty good.
Yeah, it's making me real hungry. I don't know about you, Jason. Makes
Look at
wanna
me,
eat
I'm
it.
hungry every day.
That's what I'm saying. It looks really good.
Pretty good.
I think he's only eating like a quarter of them, too. Are you
Well,
cutting the fat off or something?
I'm nursing it. I'm
I'm
nursing it.
nursing it. Been nursing it all night.
Well, that's just, that's how it is. 200 viewers strong.
And as we say that,
Beautiful.
and I'm notorious for boofing names up, so
Yeah.
I'm going to hand that right over to Mike.
Just like I can't click a camera to save my life. We got a new leader, folks. 38-pin lead. And George Gohagen is in second. Who's ready for these standings? Sean Maldonado leads the tournament after 4 games at plus 205. Shea Bittenbender's in second at plus 167. George Gohagen III is third at plus 163. Fourth is Tim Barron at plus 156. Matt Gasson sits in fifth at plus 137. Riley Smith at plus 132 and sixth. Matt McNeil, defending champion, in seventh at plus 119. Followed by Mike Wolf at 108, and there's a tie for ninth between Henninger and Lawrence at plus 103. Mark Henninger has been in 10th place for 3 games in a row. Any notables there on that list, Jason, that you think could make a run here at the halfway point?
Well,
or any surprises?
Justin Veach is a name that not a lot of people know of from the Louisiana area that I think will do well in the next couple of games. E.J. Tackett's in 14th. I think he's going to make a bit of a run. Fagan's going to have to make up his mind whether he's going to throw it hard and straight or going to curve it. Shannon O'Keefe's in 18th, but Shannon's in front of us bowling a decent game right now. Ronnie Russell is up to 23rd with 841. Guys, 23rd is only averaging 210. So anybody that thinks the scores are too high, I beg to differ. I mean, it's certainly leveling off quite a bit. Pair to pair is kind of tough. Side to side is kind of tough.
32 or plus.
32 or plus out of the whole squad.
Yep, 70 bowlers.
So it looks pretty good. I mean, the scores are high up at the top, but isn't it supposed to be when you have a talent of bowlers that we have here? Yes. So, you know what? I gotta tell you that a bunch of the bowlers that are up top, I don't see moving anywhere. Maldonato's a phenomenal player. He's coming into his own, and Gohagen just kind of grinded out a 2-0 game on a pair that might not be very good for him, and moving on to the next pair, and just a lot going on right now for the first night.
All right, so let's just take a second here. 70 entries tonight. There's going to be 310 total. We know that. 7 into 31 is 4 and a bit.
Yeah, 4 and 3.
Okay, four and a bit.
Yep.
So that would be trying to figure out how many, like the pace right now.
You take 30. How many are you taking to Sunday? 32?
32.
So if you take 32, you're taking between 10 and 11 a squad.
Yeah, but this squad only has about half of what
I
the
know.
other, so probably about 7 spots from this squad.
Okay.
Something
7
like
to
that.
8, maybe?
Yeah, so 119, that would be 240 over.
I wouldn't even go that far. I'd go one more down than that. I would say 108 would be a good number after 4.
So 216.
Yeah. So I would say that right now after 4 is 108 is right around that number. It's not going to get to 216. Not going to happen. Pair to pair, breaking down. I don't think if it does, it'll shock me. But you're the guy that's been here every year. Educate me. I still say it doesn't get there, but you know what? It's early. It's only the first squad.
Yeah, you never know. This, you know what? Because of the less amount of bowlers, 15 could make it off this squad.
Sure. You never know.
You know. You never know. Tommy Hess in the house. That's a guy who supported us from day number 1. Bowled the first one. Always makes it to this event if he
Good
can.
bowler. Good bowler.
And even a better dude. I love him. I love Tom Hess. You know, he gets emotional. You know, there's you know, some people really embellish some of the things he's done on the lanes too. Punching himself in the head and stuff like that. Like every time he bowls, he punches himself in the head. It's not true. Tommy's a good dude.
He is a good dude.
And not only that, but he bowls all the time and has a full-time job and a family.
Yeah, it was good to see him. I got a new best friend. He's sitting 2 chairs off to the right.
Who'd I miss?
Nope. Nope. Going golfing next week.
I'll tell you what, I do not take this live broadcasting and the people that we get to enjoy watching bowl and sit in the booth with us for granted. I got to tell you a story here, Jason. When Matt first came on board with us here, being part of these broadcasts,
I was like Brian.
he's like,
I would pull the mic up over my head so they wouldn't hear me.
he's like, who's gonna be in there with us this week? And I'd be like, oh well, you know, Matt McNeil, probably Bill O'Neill will stop in. Bill O'Neill? What? I'm like, yeah, we're probably going to call Belmo if he bowls well at the Masters.
That was pretty
and
crazy
interview him
that
before
time.
his show.
That's a good story.
Matt just loves it.
That blew my mind that time.
I'm going to let everybody know a secret. I don't pay Matt anything.
Nope.
He pays me.
Oh, my God. That's why I need gas money, and I've got a GoFundMe account for glasses, isn't it, Mike?
Yep.
Oh, looks like Minnesota scored.
I don't want to hear that, Matt.
Well, let's rewind the tape, guys. Those are some nice chicken wings you got there.
They are chicken strips
Boneless?
and buffalo sauce.
Yeah, man, they look really good.
I'm sure we can get some tomorrow. Wow. Jordan Richard just hit the 2-pin, which is the object to do. When you leave a single pin, he actually hit the pin.
And it wiggled.
But it
didn't
just
fall.
wiggled, yeah.
I wouldn't buy him chicken. I'd buy myself some chicken strips, especially from that place because those are really good smelling.
Jason, what's the best tip you've ever received bowling?
Wow, tough question, but I would have to say it would be the first time I bowled a tour stop next to Earl Anthony.
Wow.
And I got up there and I sat on the approach for a few seconds and set myself up and sat there for a few seconds, and I got a tap on the back and I looked over and Earl's tapped me I'm on the approach. And he says, hey, you don't know what you're going to do when you get up there? Don't get up there. And I stopped and I went, what's he doing talking to me on the approach? And then I thought about it for a second. I went, you know what? He's right. Commit yourself to what you're going to do before you get on the approach. And when you do that, you commit yourself, you get up on the approach, you know what you're going to do, you shut the computer off, which is your brain, and you go out there and you do it. And I thought, man, this guy's telling me what to do on the approach. I don't know. But
That's good advice,
It
though.
made all the sense in the world because I sat on the approach for so long to some degree early on. And I'm like, now I just get up there, I set the ball on my hand, I know what I'm going to do, boom, I'm gone.
That's good. Good advice.
If I was to give any advice to anybody out there, I would tell them spares pay the rent.
Yeah, it's very true.
Because every person can strike on the
they
tour.
They really are the most important part of
But
the game.
spares pay the rent. The
Yeah.
more frames you fill is the more rent you pay, and that's the tip I would give.
That's a good tip. And hey, we want to thank everybody for being in the chat and watching tonight's broadcast. You're watching the completion of game number 5 here at the 2015 Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Kegel, and all the coverage this weekend brought to you by Ebonite, makers of the Game Breaker 2, which is currently the high set team event that I'm aware of. Rob Gottschall 780-ish. Jason knows the number exactly. 783. And Rob will be suiting up tomorrow in 2 squads, hopefully just 1 for his sake. And you're watching game number 5. Mike Flanagan, Jason Couch, and Matt Turek here in the booth with you. We're happy you're joining us. And we were happy that everyone that's in the chat. We'd like to say hello to Craig Elliott, our friend at MichiganBowler.tv, who's also joined in here tonight. Along with the rest of the folks. Don't forget, you can tweet us here in the booth at #InsideBowling. And be sure to give us a follow on Facebook. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Inside Bowling, as well as follow us on Instagram.
Three hours, 11 minutes into the broadcast here. And we're getting there. What is this? I guess that's game 6 and not game 5. I can't see.
Well, we've got some that have finished 5,
Yeah.
and some are into 6. Gohagen in game 5 bowled 2-0, and these guys are on game 6 right in front of us on 39 and 40. We got some really cool tweets going out too tonight on our Inside Bowling Twitter page. Who else wants JT Action Jackson's bright blue bowling shoes? Retweet. Wish you had a pair. Split happens at the IB Open. Gohagen in the lead. Good stuff coming from our social media. Oh, we got some videos out here on Instagram. Just checking it out. We got some cool videos. Greg Young. It's a great way to learn some of the styles, pick up some tips for yourself. Jason, what's the right amount of rest for you going into tomorrow?
What's the right amount of rest?
Yeah, are you a guy that needs his sleep, or are you better after playing video poker till 4 a.m., hitting a royal, going and grabbing some breakfast, you know, catching a 30-minute snoozer, and going in and leading the block?
I got to be honest with you guys. It would depend on the pattern, which is fairly long this weekend, and I would probably use less sleep to have slower legs.
Wow,
to be honest with you,
That's really
I mean, to be honest with you.
clever, man.
But you know what? I learned that from Dave Husted, a guy that never drank a beer, guy that just kind of hung out and did his thing. And he told me at the Showboat in '98, he's like, I'm walking around, I'm leading the tournament, going to the next day, and I see Dave Husted out like 3 in the morning. I'm like, what are you doing up? He's like, long pattern, dude, slow legs work. And I'm like,
wow.
well, I'll use that
That's
excuse.
impressive.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know what? I mean, you want to get your rest. Obviously, you want to be sharp. You want to be sharp as a tool. But you know what? I mean, it's good to have slow legs, and I'm going to get some sleep tonight and get some rest. I'll be ready to go for tomorrow, and it's all about just making good shots.
That's interesting advice, like being tired to throw the ball slower and having slower legs.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily being tired yourself, but just having softer legs and just not, you know what I mean? It's just easier to repeat shots. And, hey, as I get older, I could probably get all the sleep I want. I'm still going to have slow legs, Matt.
I want to do this here for Faj in the chat. We're gonna get a good look here at your older brother. Here he is right out in front. This is for you, Faj, and protecting our country and allowing us to bring you this great coverage. Nope. It's a tough pattern, guys. Holding that camera is even tougher. One-handed, jeez.
I wouldn't want any piece of that. It's heavy. Got a view of the spare, though, don't we?
Oh, I just sat down. Oh, I gotta hurry. Got it? All right. Jason's manning the camera. He's gonna take my job here next year. There he gets it, baby.
Spare's good. Spare's
Attaboy.
good.
All right.
The two pairs in front of us have not exactly been easy.
No, not at all. Every time I look up, it's something.
Something's going
I almost
on.
saw a 1-2 7-10 left. Got a special guest joining us now in the booth. He's a little shy, might not talk much, but here's the trophy. The trophy, Jason.
It looks a lot better than Flanagan, actually.
It does, and it doesn't talk or criticize me, so it's like a win-win over here.
We're a big fan. We're a big fan, Matt, of the
of
the trophy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There you go. The winner, $10,000, is going to take this beautiful guy home. Not going to talk back, not going to complain or micromanage. It's going to sit on a shelf and make you look cool. If you guys have not signed up, come up here and bowl. Here, this is the trophy. Take this home along with $10,000 at the InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Logo Infusion and Ebonite. get a look here at Shea Bittenbender from the local area. As you see Matt McNeil there on the left side of your screen. This is the low end pair. I believe it's 37 and 8. No, 31 and 2. Shea comes in a little light.
Just the 2-8 there?
I believe so, yeah. Yep. Action has completed on the high end of the house here, 47 and 8. They are done with game number 5 of 8 in this first qualifying block. Guys, don't forget to join us all weekend long here at the InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Ebonite. We're going to be here all weekend. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Lots of bowling tomorrow. Live stream will begin at 8 a.m. You won't want to miss the action tomorrow. That's for sure.
Starting to see some carry down, a little play on the lane, but not near as much as you would see after 5 games
No, on
of a normal tournament.
Yeah, right. I do see a lot more people playing inside, though. And then I haven't really had a chance to walk around and watch much bowling, but another look at Shea. Oh, triple the 10 out.
Starting to think that low end of our high side of the building might be a little tighter because everybody
Yeah.
seems to be going light there early.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen anybody throw the ball with less revolutions as E.J. Tackett just did there, throwing it at 10 pin. I think the ball had 1.5 revolutions on it.
A little heat on it.
I mean, like it just looked like it was like just going down the lane steady. You could read the label on it almost. That was a good look for Mike Dole.
Got a couple guys with them all on that pair.
Yeah, he was outside too. And they've started game number 6 here on the high end. Split and a single pin. It's about that time of night.
What are you seeing out there, Matt? You starting to see a little transition?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at this guy here on 41, 44, and he's looked like he was wheeling the ball.
Oh, Valenta on 44?
Was that
well,
oh, it was Valenta.
yeah, well, you'd see him wheeling him a lot more than anybody else.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
very true. But then you got Mike Dole, who's playing outside of 5. And it might just be the ball. They might have matched up right with the ball on this pair.
You got to remember also that who you're following
Yeah.
could have a lot to do with it.
We can get a look at Mike Dole here. Here he is up on, he's got 5 in a row. This is lane 42, right in the middle of the high end of the bay. Of the high end bay, I mean.
Look
He's
to the
like
left.
3. Yeah, it does look left.
to the
Oh,
left.
they might have carried.
He got lucky to get 9. Just looked like he just got a little left off his hand, and there was no chance. Not on this pattern.
George is outside again, 5, outside 5, right about 5. Carries a good shot. Now, I see Ronnie Russell off to my right. I thought he just bowled off to my left. How do you get over there?
He's running from air.
Kissing babies and handshaking everybody. Huh? I see a string down here on the low end. I don't know who it is, though. It might be A.J. Rice. I'm going to bring it to you here in just a second. It's Kurt Thompson goes Brooklyn, carries to the 8 pin. Yeah, that I'm not sure if that's him or not. He's on that pair. I just don't know if that's the right bowler. Mike Dolov's up again here on 41. That one looked left again, but
That one's all right.
Yeah,
a little
maybe.
up the lane.
maybe there's that left lane is a little bit less tight than the right. I don't know.
Mike Flanagan back with you here. Do we have a standings after
Mike
game number
Flanagan,
5?
Mike Flanagan.
That's right.
We do not. Well, no, we don't. We do not. Mike Flanagan.
Continuing coverage, 2015 logo Infusion, InsideBowling.com Open, brought to you by Kegel. And this weekend's coverage brought to you by Ebonite. I want to thank you for being part of our broadcast. Hall of Famer Jason Couch has been joining us. He is off on assignment for a moment. Mike Flanagan and Matt Turek bring you the coverage here in game number 6.
And it is A.J. Rice with the string down there on the low end. So you're getting a good look at him here. Up in the 10th frame of game number 6.
And there's another one.
Well, he's got 280 off, if I'm not mistaken.
The thing that's interesting to me about A.J. Rice is that he normally bowls with a hat on, but at this event he doesn't. And
He's got the hat hair, too.
I'm going to go down and ask him why.
Okay. Just don't stop him in the middle of the 10th frame.
I'm going to catch him after he bowls the game.
Good idea. So Mike is going down to get a sideline report from
He's got
AJ Rice.
266 left, by the
Oh,
way.
it's 66. Oh, he opened?
Yeah, 6-2.
It's hard to see on these screens. Oh, that was nasty.
If AJ picks this up, it's going to be 255, Matt.
One-handed at the spares.
All right, I'm going to talk to him. AJ, nice game, buddy. Got a question for you. You usually wear a hat when you bowl, and I want to know why in this event you don't wear a hat.
Honestly, I don't know. I just wanted to try something different. Figured maybe it'd help me bowl better, but apparently it's not. So I think tomorrow I might wear a hat, just for shits and giggles.
There you have it, just for shits and giggles, Matt.
Just for S's and G's.
255, though, is pretty good.
S's and G's, Mike. Joining me again here, Jason Couch. How was your break?
It was good. It was
Good.
good. The whole 30 seconds. It was all right. Starting to see some guys trying to switch to some shinier balls. I don't think it's working very well, but starting to see some guys start to move in as well, and I don't think that's going to work as well either. I think what you need to do is you need to shell down a little smoother surface, but still with some surface on it. Stay a little to the right.
Yeah, that's where Mike Dole was playing, and he's got exactly what you're talking about there, it looks like.
I shouldn't say to the right. I should say to the outside. Politically correct.
Right, yeah.
Being
If
a
you're
left-hander, you'd think
left-handed,
I'd
yeah.
know that, right?
Well, it's okay. But yeah, Mike Dole still got a great game going. Looks like it's something that's like 2,000 or 3,000. I don't know. Maybe less.
Looks like no, I would say that's about right.
Oh,
Ouch.
maybe he got slow with that
Way
one.
to go, Jinxie.
That's why we call it the Black Cloud. We had a severe thunderstorm warning. You know what, though? I do see there's three, if you count this as a string, 4 in a row. But there's 3 strings there. If you're counting 3, there's a string over here on 41 and 2. I can't see on the low end here. Most of those guys are done with game 6 anyway. I mean, I guess it's either feast or famine. Eddie Bird goes Brooklyn to chop out the 6-10.
At this point, you would have to think, yeah. I mean, because they could be getting really wet dry for some rotations and some rev rates for sure.
It's like George has got a string down there. That's who's got that 5 or 6 in a row.
George bowling 250
Yeah.
right now, yeah.
Hey, guys, I've been talking to the right-handers a little bit, and some of the right-handers have told me that they're getting real tough on the right. Getting a lot of carry down. They're starting to experience a lot of 9 counts. Guys that were striking, like a Gasson, for instance, 198, 2-0 the last 2 games. Feels like he's throwing it really good. I also went over to the other side and talked to Mike Wolf. He told me that he thought that this pattern didn't have as much hook to the right as it did in years past, but there's a little bit more hold in the middle of the lane. But bowlers are starting to see transition, especially on the right side of the lane, and the righties are afraid of the lefties starting to go to the top. So that's kind of the report out in the field.
That brings up an interesting point, Mike, as how are the with the righties are breaking down to getting that over-under, and they're starting to struggle. The lefties still got it going on now. Tomorrow, when there's more people on a pair, do you think that's going to happen sooner? Do you think that might happen game 4?
Well, I mean, it certainly
The end of
could, but
game
you never
4?
know what's going to happen
That's
later.
true. That's very true. But just thinking about it, the science behind it.
We got to be real close to a game update after game number 5.
I just checked it, and it hasn't updated, but
something happened, which means the bowlers lost a score sheet, and it took our staff forever to hunt down the score sheets, which is the one thing in the players' meeting this evening that I missed.
Oh.
I forgot to say something about keep your score sheets behind your pair. We staple them together. We make them bright yellow for a reason, and I failed to mention that, so we adjusted that on the notes. Jason, you were downstairs for our little player meeting.
I was.
Your opinion of the overall mood in the room?
Well, I felt like it was pretty good, to be honest with you. Nobody had any questions, so I would think that would be pretty good, to be honest with you.
Nobody's bowling the wrong pair so far.
Right. But yeah, that kind of surprised me about the score sheets. I mean, this isn't like anybody's coming here for their first tournament.
Yeah, well, I was kind of speculating. There's a reason why our scores aren't out yet, and it's generally because of some sort of reason. That's what I'm guessing right now. Ron Hicklin joins us now in the booth. What's going on?
How you guys doing today?
We're doing good.
I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah.
Jason Couch is my hero.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because this guy won a lot of titles, right? And he was throwing Ebonite International equipment.
Yep.
And I had a little role in that.
Yep.
And here, I had a little role, just a little role. And here's the kicker, though, right? So at his Hall of Fame speech, right, he actually mentioned my name. He was like, hey, I want to thank Ron Hicklin. You know what? I'll never forget that till the day I die. So of all the left-handed bowlers, all the right-handed bowlers, Jason Couch, he's my hero.
There you have it, Ron Hicklin. He's going to join us a little bit more throughout this weekend. We'll have you in the booth, Ron.
I didn't even pay him for that.
No, he just wanted to get that in. We'll get her in. We've got this thing, Jason, where we have young people on our broadcast.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time.
And we're going to have another one on tomorrow.
You guys are talking about me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
The senior color. So here we go. I got standings after 5. I've been asking for it, and here we go. Wow, guys. Wow. Sean Maldonado is your
Holy
leader
cow.
at plus 285.
Wow.
Hold on a second. The ones that are crying about the left-handers, right? Okay, got you.
Sean Maldonado leads at plus 285. Shea Bittenbender's in second at plus 183. Third is Tim Barron at plus 178. George Gohagen, the third, plus 165, sits fourth. Riley Smith is fifth at plus 146. Sixth is Gasson, and remember he's got 4-0 for games 4 and 5, so he's at plus 135. Ari Wilson sits in 7th place at plus 116, tied with Aaron Lawrence. Mike Wolf's moved into the top 10 in 9th, and I'm going to give you guys a guess who's sitting in 10th.
No way. Can't happen again.
Mark Henninger.
No
again.
way. Not again.
Again.
He should be playing the lottery tonight.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. He sits at plus 110. If you want to see these scores, check it out. Tabs below.
They are updated.
And you can take a look at Sean Maldonado opening up a can here early on. A squad. That's a bunch. 285 over. Hey, Eddie. Is Jackie right? Well, if Maldonado's bowling good, Anthony Simonson's probably going to bowl pretty good. Sean Maldonado has got such a unique release and such an unorthodox style. You know, Jason, let me ask you this. I know you've worked with a lot of great coaches over the years, and your style, in my opinion, is not textbook. You wouldn't teach somebody to bowl like you,
No.
really, and that's not downing you at all. But there's a lot of these people that get so caught up on textbook delivery, and there's so many great people that bowl with different styles. Maldonado's one of them.
I would coach him the same way I would coach anybody else. I would take what he does really good and improve on that. So which means if he does it really well with two hands, I would teach him to do it well with two hands. And I would try and bring up what he doesn't do well, improve him on his bad spots, but never take away what he does really well. When I went on tour, and we won't remember the year because it's way back, but
1879.
Yeah, something like that.
Columbus sailed
I'll never
the
forget
ocean blue.
Yeah, John Jowdy worked with me a little bit, and then he had a couple coaches say, well, his backswing's too high. And John said, it'll come down with age. And that was it. He never said anything else other than that. It'll come down with age. Well, it hasn't. Well, maybe a little, but John was right. He never wanted to mess with it. He just wanted to do what, take what I did and keep it there, but do what I wasn't very good at, which was repetition and speeds and make it better at that point. So I've always gone that route, is just take what you have and make it just better.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's never going to be textbook. It's never, not everybody's going to be textbook.
Right.
Just take what you have and make it better.
And Maldonado's got that hop that he does too.
Yep.
I mean, it's just different. But the dude is good.
Yes.
Dude is good. I'll tell you something I'm starting to notice now too. Evidently, the middle of the lane is giving the right-handers an idea that there's a little something there. But I'm watching guys ping 10 pins out of this world.
Whoa.
I felt that coming, guys.
Mike just sneezed.
That was brutal. Anyway, I'm just noticing a lot of guys starting to move in.
I just watched Aaron Lawrence throw 10 back right around 12. So for Aaron Lawrence to play 12, it's kind of a nosebleed for him. But his ball went 10 back. So, and he's on the same pair as Matt Gasson. Let's see what Matt does on this lane. But he went stone 7 over the top, first shot, 10 back. I know what you're saying, because you know what is it's the habit to jump in really quick on the right, because they see their ball hooked, they jump in immediately, but they're not seeing that tonight. They're staying to the right longer, which is a good thing in my opinion. You're not seeing near the transition you would see on a pattern that breaks down quickly. So
sure.
I think that's a good thing.
I just watched Ronnie Russell
Yeah,
go
I was just going
Brooklyn.
to mention that. The ball looked like it never got right at 15 at all.
How does this happen? Russell and E.J. Tackett get paired together.
Well, I think they fixed it up that way, but I think they're both a little crooked. Yeah, it hooked all right.
I'm going to get a shot of these clowns. In a good way. I love these guys. At some point.
Say hi to the camera, boys.
There they are.
Yep, they didn't hear you. They're talking, though. Well, hey, you want to get a cheeseburger later? Oh,
no,
yeah,
that's
maybe.
not what it is. Ronnie's saying, man, I threw that horrible. Hopefully I threw the next one a little better.
You talked about Lawrence. We'll just go right over here to him.
Well.
It's got to lay, boys. Yeah. He got that in. He knew it. He knew it, too. Yep.
You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to take the camera around for a minute. Just let me know when it's on me.
Okay.
We'll get some shots of some different bowlers.
Let's go look at from behind the shoulder of Matt Gasson. That white belt.
First shot on that lane, he just stoned 7 over the top, probably made a little move, and it just never hooked.
Mike is down in the trenches with a good look here. That looks like trademark Jason Schaefer. Yep, I guess it is. Ah,
Ring and 10.
Yep. Action is completed here now, as you see. Game number 6. Nobody is currently bowling. Oh, that's like his best friend or his brother-in-law. Well, I was just micromanaged from Mike in the trenches.
Hence the reason why they should have names on their
yeah,
backs.
I know.
Sir.
Yeah, that should be a requirement. All right, so that was Jesse Scrivens for all you St. Louis bowlers, and I'm sure I'll take some crap for that on Thursday League. But he's going to go down and get a look at Jason Schaefer. Well, now how hard is this? They're wearing the same shirt. But oh, there's a look at Shea. Oh, good shot for Jason. Going to look at Mike Dole here. Still on the outside. What happened there? Did it hook up on him?
Went high.
Yeah. Get a look at Shea Bitt. He's moved in. He's got 4 in a row. Take it back to Mike Fagan.
Having a little trouble with the camera.
Yeah, I don't quite know what we're looking at here yet.
Mike Moore would be up on the lane right now, ball swinging. He should be playing in the track. Struck. Got to be honest with you, if you keep moving in, Matt, you're gonna have to decel on the ball speed. Keep slowing it down. There's so much in the middle of the lane. You gotta control the ball speed for sure.
There's I just moved it off, but well, maybe not. I thought we were gonna get a look at EJ Tackett, but Mike is on the move. Oh, I guess he's right here.
He was throwing it a 7-pin.
Nice spare conversion there.
I'm going to get Gasson again here because he was telling me about he's going to leave these he's been leaving these corner pins, so we'll get him from the booth. We saw him leave a 10-pin on this lane last time. He's got 2 9-counts on the right lane. You know, if he gets 9 here, he's looking at a Dutch pace of 200, and this is what he's been talking about. And there's another 9-count. So that's a guy who's playing him right. He feels close, and he just can't get a double to save his life.
Another look at Faj McQueen. Another look at Eddie Bird. Second frame of game number 7. Here at the Logo Infusion, InsideBowling.com Open 2015 edition. Matt Turek joined by special guest Daniel Puerto. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, you got it right.
Didn't look too confident. And then, of course, the Hall of Famer Jason Couch.
I'm just here to make Daniel look good, my friend.
You have a tall order.
So what do you see out there? Being a pro shop owner and doing coaching quite a bit now, what do you see about the lane play and where people are playing, and what are your thoughts there?
I think Arsenal has a lot to do with what's going on today. Matching up with the right ball is going to be a premium.
And do you think that it makes a difference following certain people or jumping to a different lane and you know, maybe matching up on game 3, for example, then moving to game 4 and following something, not knowing where you're going, and then trying that ball out and then, failing
that always plays a part of it. But most importantly, when you have a flatter lane condition like we have today, going from pair to pair is going to be a little bit more of a direct angle of play. And those that are applying more of a direct angle will succeed significantly more. So it's not going to matter as much who you follow for as long as you're playing direct.
Yeah.
When patterns are, let's just say PBA Viper, you know, it's a pattern that tends to open up a lot, and when you have a lot of PBA guys out there throwing it correctly on that pattern and they open it up, it's just going to depend a lot on how, who you follow and how it's opened up. But on patterns that are flatter, you're just going to have to play more direct. In short, the less boards you cover, the less it matters who you follow.
That's a good point. Less room for error that way.
Less room for error, but you also have to take into account that no matter what happens on that lane, how much oil is taken up, you're going to see less transition. So you keep it in front of you a little bit, especially on the long pattern. You're going to have to make a lot less moves throughout the day. A lot less moves. You still, through the whole bowling center, you don't see anybody sliding in the left gutter.
Yeah.
Hooking the whole lane.
Right.
Which is a good thing for a change.
Oh, yeah. Well, with this much oil, and that's kind of what was the whole idea behind it. You don't see events like this too much anymore.
Yeah, this event is going to make it a premium to match up with the right ball, but most importantly, make sure that you keep that touch on speed and rev rate. You're going to have to keep your speed, rev rate, and axis rotation accurately from game to game to game, more than anything.
Well, I didn't know who this Riley Smith guy is, but I just saw him throw a shot in front of me. He throws it outstanding. Does it really good.
Yeah.
End over end. Doesn't
Oh,
change
Riley
up.
Smith, yeah.
Yes, I don't know him, not being from the area, but
Yeah,
throws
he
it very well.
Bowls from McKendree University. He might have recently just moved up to adults, to be honest with you, because he had bowled a couple of our, I believe, our MJT events that me and Ricky had set up. Ricky Matzko, he's in the tournament office.
Well, if he's bowling from McKendree, he might be exposed to a little bit of good coaching.
Yeah.
Just a little.
You got that right. They've started game number 7 down on the low end. Mike Fagan on that pair will take you down there.
Fagan is actually deeper than I thought he would be.
Depends on who he's bowling with and who he's following. I can see it. He was actually trying to throw it slower tonight early. Just depends on what he's trying to do.
There's been a request here in the chat to see Riley Smith in action. I don't know if you're up for it, Jason. Holding the camera next time he's up.
I'll give it a shot, I guess.
Are we asking too much of you?
No, absolutely not.
You'll have to turn it on ahead of time here because it takes a second. Turn it off and then on. But yeah, I think he's going to be up on the left lane, but it shouldn't matter. So you're not bowling tomorrow, are you, Daniel?
No, unfortunately, I can't bowl.
Like because of it, like at all, or?
I don't
just
think
not
my knee
tomorrow?
can take 3 games, much less
3
8.
games, yeah. Well, that's why I'm kind of not bowling. Somebody asked me why I wasn't bowling, and I told them that I would have a much more fun time throwing $250 on the street and watching people fight for it.
Let me know where you throw it.
All right, I will.
I'm not too proud. I'll go pick it up.
All right, cameraman Jason Couch here is going to get a look here at Riley Smith. Looks like he's standing at like 21. Laid it down about 25. And I guess that was tight, but he got a lucky break. Betty Bird going for a 10, and
hey, I might know that guy.
Missing it. I guess that bounced out. I don't know. Maybe he's safe. Get a late look at Mike Fagan. Coming in high again. Got a shout out from Ahmed here, Daniel, in the chat. Another shout out for Chris Ennis. How you doing, Chris? Thanks for tuning in.
From who?
Ahmed.
Hi, Ahmed.
They left Jason out.
They don't know him. They know us.
Yes, exactly.
They don't know him.
Game number 7, one and a half to go. Most of these guys, except for everybody on the low end, most everybody is almost finished with game 7. Do we have updates for game number 6 yet? We do not. Any lefties in the top 10 besides GG3? Did we just cover this not that long ago? I don't think there are, right?
I don't see one.
Besides George.
Well,
and this is after game 4?
5.
No, 5.
well, Shea Bittenbender, he's not left-handed, but he scores like if he was left-handed. Oh, sorry, Jason.
That's not funny.
Totally funny.
Matt McNeil's in 12.
So he's right there.
Matt is very distracted at this point.
Yeah, well, I can't say by what, because I'm half married.
Very distracted.
So,
it's that 7-10.
yeah, that's 7-10 out on lane 31.
57?
He almost, yeah. Wait, what? Anyway, back to bowling. Look here at Mike Fagan.
Ahmed is hacker.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
He's trolling.
Yep. He's really good at that.
He's really good at trolling.
If there was a job for trolling and liking things on Facebook, Dennis is not joining us this weekend because he's running the Missouri State bowling tournament.
And doing a wonderful job at that.
He is. Said he might try to get here for Sunday night's action if time allows him. It's not that far away. It's only maybe an hour and a half, 2 hour drive from St. Louis.
Hey, Ahmed, if you happen to make it over on Sunday, I'll be more than happy to buy you a beverage of your choice. Thank you for participating on the live chat. Look at GG3. Look how far he's standing.
That was a really good shot. Jason, do you remember where he was started at this afternoon?
I don't even. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, he was standing on the one board.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just kind of looks like he made parallel
Just
moves.
steering it, just kind of steering it in there, and just trying to hang in there. I mean, no one's who's gonna affect that? I mean,
Right.
Normally on a regular pattern, you would have the right get over in that, but it's not affecting it. So I think it's just all to him creating tilt and speed adjustments, and that's it.
Actually, to be honest with you, it looks right up your alley.
I don't know about that. I'm kind of old.
I think you can do that.
We'll try. We'll try tomorrow.
I think the folks on the chat should take a guess at what Jason is going to do tomorrow for 8.
I think I'm going to shoot. About 20 over. You want the over or the under?
I'll take the over on that.
I'll take the over on that.
Yeah. All right, guys. Over under plus 20. Who's got it on Jason Couch? Jason's plus 104.
249 high game.
Taking the over.
So let's ask the question a little differently.
All right.
2 EBI guys, different hands. Rob Gottschall versus Jason Couch. Who's coming on top?
You're calling me out for that question?
Boy,
that answer?
I'm not calling
one
you out.
was
I'm
smiling,
just
one was
asking you.
frowning.
Who's going to come on top?
There's 2 votes so far in the chat.
I'm his boss. So
Now 3. Couch by 2 pins, a tie, and Rob Gottschall. So we're 1-1-1.
No way, it's a tie. I got 20-1 odds. It's not a tie.
22-1.
20.
22.
Here he goes negotiating, Matt. You hear that? All the time. He
You ever
never
heard
stops.
of Drew Rosenhaus?
Who?
Drew Rosenhaus.
Churros? That's Mexican.
Yumbo Yak, take it easy.
Uh-oh. And we're handed standings here after game number 6. Sean Maldonado still on top.
Let me help out. Sean Maldonado.
Oh, here. I'm terrible with names. I really am. I think it'll be interesting to hear you say them. Tim Barron in second place, plus 236. George Gohagen third, plus 223. Shea Bitt in fourth. Aaron Lorenz in fifth. Ari Wilson in sixth. Riley Smith, where was he at? Was he up higher?
After 5?
Yeah.
Ari?
He was fifth, so he dropped to seventh.
Who?
Riley Smith.
Yeah.
Dylan Macon, plus 144 in eighth. Matt Gasson in ninth. And your guys' buddy Mark. And my headset is messing up right now.
Mark, what place was he in?
He was in 10th, and now he's in 10th.
Oh, he's done it for like 6 games in a row.
Wow. Just on the bubble, Shannon O'Keefe, 11th. Mike Fagan in 12th. Justin Beach in 13th. Mike Sopolis in 14th. Matt McNeil in 15th. Mike Wolf in 16th. Ronnie Russell in 20th.
James Stanley, 22nd, right?
Yep. James Stanley, 22nd, plus 48.
Phenomenal import from Costa Rica.
Looking at the second page. Brett Shepard's on the second page. That's unusual. Minus 94.
Something happened with Rhino Page. I don't know if I missed it.
Rhino? Oh, wow.
I saw him walking around with a bag full of ice on his wrist.
Something, yeah.
Do you know what happened?
I do not. Maybe we can get our sideline reporter, Mike Flanagan, wherever he went, to find out for us.
Yeah, I saw Rhino earlier with a bag of ice on his left wrist. So I wonder if something happened there. There's my bodyguard on lane 41.
Yeah.
What do we got, 1 game left?
1 game left. That's correct. And that's not Jason Schaefer. That's because I had this backwards earlier.
That is Jason Schaefer.
That is Jason Schaefer. They're wearing
Yes.
the same shirts. One's left-handed, one's right-handed. And I had them backwards earlier.
The other one is Jesse Scrivens.
Jesse Scrivens. But
They're brother-in-laws.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just going to mention.
But if I have to pick a bodyguard, I'm going with Jason
Yeah,
Schaefer.
this guy is like 6'9", 300.
He's just all the height, all the weight, all the size.
You would not want to run into him in a dark alley, that's for sure.
To him, the lane is 50 feet, not 60.
He could probably palm a bowling ball.
He's leading state tournament. He's leading Ozarks tournament. He just won a local event last week. So he's had a couple of extremely good weeks of bowling.
Hey guys, let me tell you something what I really like. I like seeing 2 local bowlers in the top 4.
Yeah, we'll take that any day of the week. And those are the 2 hottest hands in St. Louis right now.
I'm going to steer this ship for a little while. If you're just joining us, coming in game number 8, I know they just talked about it. Mike Flanagan, Hall of Famer Jason Couch, and local pro shop extraordinaire, guru, multiple locations. Daniel Puerto joins us from Best Bowling Pro Shops. Almost 10 years in the business, Daniel.
July 1st, 2005.
10 years, dude.
Best Bowling Pro Shops was born 2005.
We're getting old. Not as old as
Speak for
him, but
yourself.
old.
No. I'm starting.
Not as old as the senior color down there.
Correct.
Senior color analyst, that is. Gentlemen, this is running a little bit longer than I thought it would. But at the same time, I just walked around and talked to a bunch of people, and some guys are starting to run out of gas. We had a withdrawal. Did we talk about that at all?
No.
Yeah, Rhino Page withdrew.
Yeah, that's what I was saying
He's
earlier.
having wrist issues, which is not uncommon for Rhino. He's not sure if he's going to bowl his other block tomorrow, but he didn't want to press it anymore tonight. He's going to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw him walking around with a bag of ice on his wrist earlier.
Not the first time he's had that issue, so he needs to keep it under control.
We have 196 viewers still strong late into the evening tonight. And as you said, Dennis Hacker is in the chat. Dennis is going to help us run a camera Sunday night. We appreciate it. Hello to you as well. But the real story that's happening here tonight is Sean Maldonado at plus 324 through 6 games. He's averaging 256. No, 254. Willie Nelson sang about it to all the girls I've loved before. They've trickled in and out my door. Here's Mike Fagan. He's the world champion right now. He's been playing a little bit deeper than most of the other people in this particular tournament. And Mike Fagan finds himself right now in 12th position after 6 games, plus 84.
So
Daniel's taking selfies, and it's not pretty.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
that got interesting. Jason Couch is invading my
So,
Facebook
Mike,
feed.
can I see the 6-game?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to pass that down.
Timmy Barrett, still strong. GG3.
Mike Fagan just heard someone throwing beer bottles at a heavy rate into a trash can somewhere, and I don't know where that's happening around here. Somebody just went crazy tossing beer bottles. Dude. I'm going to have to go tell them not to do that.
I actually think it was the porter being a little loud, taking the trash out of here.
Is what it is.
I don't think anybody was
Not
making a
doing it on
mess.
purpose. No,
Yeah.
no, not of course.
The tournament director's done a good job making sure that distractions are at a minimum.
Yep.
So, is it dangerous that the booth is just down to Jason and Daniel?
No, no, no. I think we can handle it. Oh, maybe we can't because that guy. I don't want to piss him off. He's a big fella. He's a big fella.
That's one big guy.
All right, got that under control.
Mike, for all the people out there on the internet and that want to complain about the high scores.
Yes, sir.
So if it was 220 was average, it would be 11th on the squad. 11th, and that 220 for 6 games. It's not a lot. They can go to any tournament they want and research that. That's not a lot, sir.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Let's go to people on the squad that are plus 32. 30. That's it. 32 people.
32 out of 70.
Yeah, I mean seriously. It's not a bargain.
Tournament leader Sean Maldonado is almost 100 pins ahead of second place, 90-something pins.
Yeah, and he was after 5. He was 102 ahead.
And I got to tell you guys, he's two-handed. He's slower than most of the two-handers, so he can create a little more area. And it's a slick condition, so he's basically letting the lanes come to him to some degree. So it's one guy. I mean, it's 100 pins different. If you, where do you take second place to 10th place? But pretty much nothing. So I would have to say that it's a pretty good pattern for everybody.
And, you know, to what you're saying, Jason, when you have a tough pattern like this and a very strong field with a lot of guys, there's always going to be one guy that just has it.
Because there's too many good players.
Yeah, the right roll, the right ball, the right
Yep.
area, and he just finds it and capitalizes on it.
Yep.
When you have this much talent, somebody's going to do it.
Always will happen.
Mike Flanagan here with Jason Couch and Daniel Porto here in the booth. Let me ask you guys, we'll start with you, Daniel. Do you ever feel like there's a magical ball, that there's a day when you just bowl and there's just one ball and it's just magical for you that day?
No.
No.
I don't think there is a magic ball. No. I think there is a magical matchup, you know, where that one ball and your roll and that lane condition just happens to be perfect. But it's never going to be one ball. That ball could be today ball X, tomorrow it could be ball B, tomorrow, the next day it could be ball whatever. You know what I mean? Like, is there going to be always a ball that matches up with that condition and with your roll? Yes. Is that always going to be the same ball, if that's what you're asking me? No.
Jason, have you ever had a magical ball that just went into your hand and it was just the ball?
You have a ball where you bowl well with. Always going to have a ball where you bowl well with. And then if it matches up on a few patterns, yeah. I mean, you may have that ball for a few months, but it's not like there's that golden egg that's going to do well on everything. You know, you're a product of your environment, pattern distance, lane surface. You know, I mean, it would be great if we could all throw the one ball, but you just don't have it. There's got to be a variety of equipment you have in your bag. Just like golf, you got to have everything from a putter to a driver, and you just deal with it. You know, and you change your surfaces, and you have your pro shop help you out with that. But there is no single one ball that makes it magic.
So Riley Smith is at plus 149 in 7th position, and I've just watched him go over lanes 43 and 44 for his final game of this 8-game qualifying block. And 9 spare, 9 miss, strike, missed the head pin right. Now, I would see that as it's late, it's after 11 o'clock, it's the 8th game of a grueling block. He's missed a single pin and now missed the head pin to the right. That would be someone that is starting to run out of gas, in my opinion, just analyzing it from what has happened.
I would agree. As a younger player, I hope he doesn't second guess himself, but yeah, I would have to say he's running out of gas. He's just not used to the amount of stress that's going on right now.
And he's on that bubble of deciding whether or not he needs to bowl another squat. Sitting at plus 149, he probably wants to get, you know, safely to somewhere around 180, a couple of 220 games, and he's not going to have to bowl again.
You know, on the mental aspect of a tough block like this, it's important for players and those that are on the internet listening to this conversation. This is a good tip. When you're going into an 8-game block that is going to be really tough, you start with a certain amount of stress you can spend. And you got to be careful how you manage that. You got to be careful how soon you spend that stress and that patience on the lanes. And on something like this, the more inexperienced players, the younger players are going to struggle. Managing 8 games worth of stress is not very easy when the condition is tough.
Lanes 47 and 48, guys, we're in for a treat here for this last game. Picking up here in the second frame, Ronnie Russell and E.J. Tackett paired up together on our championship pair, and Ronnie just leaves a blower 7. Shea Bittenbender stopping by the booth, pointing to his best bowling logo on his shirt. E.J. Tackett leaves a blower 5-pin. See if the machine will pick it up. It does. Keep in mind that is the championship pair, and pin carry on that pair is a little funky. You can go back and watch Brad Miller's game that he bowled 2 years ago on that pair, and it is a little difficult to carry with the racks on that pair. Tomorrow you don't want to miss our coverage beginning at 8:30 a.m. The squad starts at 9. We'll come on about 8:30. Tomorrow, other notables that will be joining this great field. Bill O'Neill will be here, a champion from 2 years ago. Matt McNeil will probably be back to bowl again, I would have to probably guess.
Well, he's in 15th now, so
he'll be coming back.
Unless he pops a huge game, he'll be coming back.
None other than who's joined us all night tonight, PBA Hall of Famer, 3-time in a row Tournament of Champions winner, Jason Couch, with oil on the lane.
I love it.
It's going to be awesome. And many other phenomenal bowlers tomorrow. And you can check that out on our Inside Bowling, InsideBowling.tv page down below underneath event information. You see tonight's scoring, but you can also go to InsideBowling.com, click on the banner for the Open to view details, and you can see who's on the squads tomorrow. Randy Pinkwood says that Pete Barta doesn't know what he's talking about when he said that they were walled earlier this evening.
These are definitely not walled.
It's all about finding an angle to strike on.
Dennis Hacker says, hey guys, don't you think that some of the guys who don't have experience in the big tournaments, that they're not quite used to what the rev rates are of all these players and what it does to a pattern over 8 games?
I would have to disagree with that, only because this is a Friday night here, which I don't see a lot of the. I see some of the tour bowlers bowling, but not a lot of the tour bowlers bowling, and I see more of the St. Louis bowlers bowling. And no, I don't see the moves being that big a difference because the scores are not high at all.
We'll take a look at tomorrow. Tom Adcock's bowling tomorrow. That's a guy that I could see do real well. Adam Barta, of course, is going to be bowling. Eagle winner Zeke Bate. A.J. Chapman just coming off a collegiate championship, really been working at his game. Practices about 120 games a week. Brett Cunningham, it's going to be good to see him back in the area, coming out for the event all the way from New York. He made the top 16 2 years ago. He enjoys playing out. This will play right into his wheelhouse. Rob Gottschall, who you guys were talking about earlier. Nick Heilman, another great USBC bowler. Tom Hess, Masters champion tomorrow. A.J. Johnson, second at the Masters this year. That's a kid with a ton of talent. He's bowling tomorrow. Nick Crummell, another collegiate All-American, tremendous bowler. Nick Crummell. Francois Lavoie, same thing can be said for him. Couple of great ladies, Erin McCarthy and Danielle McEwen bowling tomorrow. Brad Miller finished third in this tournament 2 years ago as bowling. We talked about O'Neill and, of course, Nidafer, who's made the step ladder the last 2 years in a row. PBA League champion Craig Nidafer from the Silver Lake Adams Splitters. Anthony Pepe, PBA champion. Angie Ramirez finished second last year, will be featured on tomorrow's B squad. Jason Sterner, another PBA champion, will be here tomorrow. He was here hanging out a little bit earlier.
You get, don't forget Team USA member Kyle Sherman, local guy.
Kyle
Sherman. He can throw
Sherman.
the ball really well. Playing out right is going to be not too far for him.
Kyle Troop made a nice run last year in this event. Another two-hander. So lots of bowlers bowling tomorrow. And that's just on B squad. C squad's full as well. It says 116 on the website, but they filled it up tonight.
You know, something I wanted to mention, Mike, you have the top 4 right now On the top 4 right now, you have Sean Maldonado and Shea Bittenbender. Both of them right-handed, very soft-handed, very soft hook in the lane. And on the other hand, you have Tim Barrett, right-handed, and George Gohagen, who are very up-and-atom bowlers. So 2 different styles of play, but the top 4 are still the top 4. Just like Jason said, it's all a matter of finding that right angle for you, for your game, and repeating shots.
Absolutely.
Just make the shot happen.
Yep.
Poor E.J. Tackett has just not been able to find it here in the first 2 years of bowling this tournament. He'll be back again tomorrow to give it another try. Tonight sits at plus 64 through 6 games. You're watching game number 8. Continuing coverage here from Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis, Missouri. Jason Couch, Daniel Puerto, and myself, Mike Flanagan, bring you home here in this last game. You know, last year E.J. Tackett picked the 7-10 on the broadcast. And Dennis Hacker and Jeff Carter were in the booth at the time, and they were talking about something different, but we did catch it with our camera, and we clipped it out. If you want to go watch it, go check it out on our YouTube page, youtube.com/InsideBowling. We'd appreciate a subscribe as well, as we post new content there all the time. Also want to give a shout out to Jackie Carbonetto, who's been updating our Twitter and Instagram tonight. We thank you for your help with that. Lots of cool videos and pictures and updated standings found on our social media.
Take a look at lane 41, Jason, with Shea Bittenbender. That soft hand, easy roll it. Of course, as soon as I bring that up.
Yeah, you jinxed him like a champ.
I sure jinxed him.
2-8-10.
But it doesn't matter for, I mean, right now, soft hand, Matt Gasson came off that pair. He cables on it, but I mean, they're still playing the same part of the lane. They're just attacked in a little different angles to the front of the lane. Still same break point down the lane.
This is definitely one of those lane conditions where a little experience sure pays off.
Got to pay attention to your ball speed because it'll hurt you.
How you doing, guys? I'm back.
I gotta go now.
I see how it is.
Welcome
I
back,
thought you were
Matt.
on my side now. Man, I'm tired. JT Action Jackson is on the other end of the house, or the other side of the house. For those of you in the chat, Turek for president. I am running in 2016. Just write my name in. You get enough of them, you never know.
President of
the Daniel Porto fan club. How about
Oh, there you go. El Presidente.
Yeah.
We can start a website.
that? Yep. It's going to be a movement.
Oh boy.
Ricky. Waka Flocka for president. So where are we at, guys? Is this game 8 already?
It is.
Man, it's winding down. What time is it?
Late.
11:30. Man, that's a lot later than I expected.
Yep.
I thought we'd be out of here by 10.
And you know, you got a tough condition. People are going to take their time taking a shot. There's a lot to think about and a lot riding on the line. And you know, it's a fantastic first place. You know, $10,000. You're gonna take your time making those shots. I think Jason Couch might have bowled for that much money before.
Back in my junior days, maybe, yes.
Wait, you're not a senior, are you? Don't hit me.
So going into Game 7, Matt Gasson was in 9th, which is now he's moved up, and he's got the front 7. He's in pretty good shape.
I'd say that's in pretty good shape. You know, one of my personal pet peeves, Jason, is when you have 300 being shot on a house condition and, you know, just about nobody claps anymore. I bet you that's not going to be the case if somebody gets to the show. If somebody gets to the front 10, there's going to be a lot of quietness in the bowling center. And I hope it happens.
Tim Barrett had, excuse me, a big run at it earlier. He had 7, I believe, Jason?
Yeah.
7?
What's Gasson at? 7?
Yeah.
I'd love to see 2 more and watch him go into the 10th frame.
I can't really see his ball from here, but I know that he's on our staff, so it looks like a game breaker 2, or maybe a bad intentions. I can't really tell the way he's wheeling on it.
Yeah, I can't tell either.
We'll have a chance to see Matt on the left side of your screen. Although I'm not going to watch. There's no black cloud going on here.
Way to go, Cloud.
Did he leave it?
Seven.
Oh, my God. I don't think... I just shouldn't know what people are bowling. I think I should just stare at the computer screen.
All right, well, looks like we're going to have to wait till tomorrow for that elusive 300 game. You know, Matt, that would be a great charity event to run next year.
What's that?
Well, let's just have our spectators put up $1 to see who gets the first 300 game.
Oh.
And we donate it all to St. Louis Junior Bowling.
Yeah.
That would be a neat idea.
That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea.
You know, if you get it right, you get some of the pot, and the other half of the pot
or
goes
you
to
can raffle
Junior
off
Bowling.
a prize and give away all the pot.
I'd be more than happy to put up a bowling ball or something like that from Best Bowling. That'd be neat. Get people involved on Facebook. Who's going to do it?
That's a really good idea.
You know, they used to run Calcuttas back in the day. And those Calcuttas can be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
How about that, Jason? A charity Calcutta.
Sounds like a good idea.
I wonder what the guys on the chat room think.
Why wait till next year? Do it tomorrow.
Somebody just said Gacho's got a great shot at 300.
He's been bowling pretty good.
Nah, not that good.
He's in the bar though right now.
He just gave everybody a bowling lesson at USBC Open.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all he did. No big deal.
Hey, guys.
Yes, sir.
It's getting to be kind of late. Mr. Couch, you have to bowl tomorrow. I would like for the two of you to say your goodbyes. I'm going to let you guys get off a little bit early here. Matt and I will finish up this broadcast. You can say your goodbyes and be able to hit the sheets and be ready to come back and beat Sean Maldonado tomorrow. How's that sound?
I would be more than happy to. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you, Jason,
Thanks,
and
Jason.
thank you, Daniel, for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
So there you have it. A couple great guys. I've really enjoyed it tonight with Jason Couch, Daniel Puerto stopping by. Get a good night's sleep, man. Tear him up, Big Daddy. Tomorrow. Thanks, brother. You and me, Matt, we're going to finish this thing up, get out of here, and be ready to greet everybody in the morning.
Yep, bright and early, 8 o'clock. Broadcast starts in the morning. If you guys thought bowling was good tonight, wait till you see tomorrow.
Yep, just Mike and Matt back in the booth. Very, very little star power. Matt's a 0. I'm a half.
I see how it is.
We really hope you guys have enjoyed tonight's coverage. And as we wound down here, you know, the cool thing that I noticed, Matt, is Sean Maldonado is leading the tournament, and the other side of the house is about a half a game behind.
Are they?
So Maldonado is just starting.
Has he moved
game.
down then to
Well,
the?
he's on 29 and 30.
Okay.
So if you go to that screen, well, here's Tackett. We'll watch Tackett. We're going to have plenty of time for Maldonado. I think I'm maybe going to zoom out that camera a little bit.
Where? The right one?
No, the left one.
Oh.
So we can get Maldonado. John Brocklin, Tim Barrett.
Matching shirts. Tim, we were talking about, had a great run at 300, and Matt Gasson had 7 in a row down there until I paid attention.
Matt Gasson might bowl a number that he may not have to re-enter. What's GG3 doing?
He's sitting third after 6.
Yeah, he's right there. Definitely right there. Hey, let's check the tweets. I know people have been tweeting us. A little bit of an older tweet here, which was when Sean Maldonado had a 102-pin lead. Lots of tweets coming in here. Don't forget, you can tweet us during the event, #InsideBowling. Just to recap, tonight it was 8 games, and you're watching the 8th game of A-Squad qualifying 70 bowlers. Tomorrow, 240 bowlers are going to lace them up. 240 entries tomorrow. We're going to have 310 total, $58,000 prize fund, 1 in 5 cash ratio. First place receiving $10,000. The last cash spot, $500 here in the 2015 version of the Logo Infusion InsideBowling.com Open here in St. Louis, Missouri, home of the St. Louis Blues, who are down 3-2 now in the best-of-7 series against the Minnesota Wild.
Cardinals did win tonight, 3-0 against the Milwaukee Brewers.
It's early in the season.
It's still, you're right. While we talk about that, how about the Mets? It's early in the season, right?
It is early in the season. I got a quick question for Shea Bittenbender. We're going to get a little interview here with a player that's done early in just a moment.
In the top 5.
Yep. We're going to need more of these probably.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to bring some gum today.
Do you like how I brought these in?
That's a good call.
You like that? Thought you might like that. What's going on in the chat? What do we got?
No fights for the Brewers tonight. I don't know if you guys seen that Royals game the other day.
Yeah, Royals, White Sox. Yep, sure did.
Yeah, man, that was hefty.
Look at Tim Barron. He's really getting around on it. All right, Matt, let's bring it into the booth.
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Not too much.
Shea Bittenbender joins us here in the booth. He competed tonight. Shea, take us through your block. You finished at 252 over. Really great score. Local bowler here. Tell us how you did it.
I mean, it started off pinned down, disturbed. Tried to get it to read the lane as soon as possible. There's a ton of oil out there, as everybody knows. So I started looking at around 5-6 just to keep it square through the heads, which for me sometimes is a challenge, as I like to hook it a lot. But I was able to do that pretty well, and the shot stayed pretty consistent for me for the first few games until I moved to the other side of the house.
And what'd you find on the other side of the house compared to over on this side?
Well, it was interesting because when we flopped, I went to 1 and 2, which was extremely tight, in my opinion. I believe a few other bowlers had said the same thing. So I switched balls. I switched to a nano that I had just drilled this week.
Fresh cover.
Fresh cover. And I ended up with a 5-bagger to salvage 2-0. So that was nice. And then when we moved pairs to 5 and 6, apparently that was the pair Brian Valena was practicing on. So he tore it up pretty good. I switched back to the disturbed and shot 260.
Nice.
So, yeah, that was good. 2-teen after that on the same side. We flipped back over to this side, and it's hooking a little more. And went to a pin down, went to surface, uproar actually. And I had a decent line for a little while. It was a little squirrely, game 6 and 7. And then I switched to hypercell skidding at 230 the last game, and here we are.
Here we are.
So,
feel good with that score?
I don't feel bad about it.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be in the top 5, maybe even top 3 tonight, but the scores are out there for tomorrow. So I'm hoping to be in the top 10. That'd be great, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I would say that you're a lock for the top 32. Be nice to see that number 14th.
Yeah.
That would be about where I would maybe see that. Just kind of guessing.
Right. Yeah, top 15 would be definitely fine. Just give me a shot at the top 12, I believe, after 4 games tomorrow or on Sunday.
Yep, top 12.
Yeah.
Now you're going to have a day off.
Right.
What are you going to do on your day off?
I actually have a roll-off for our dual challenge league tomorrow night, so I'll still be bowling.
Yeah.
So with the Angry Gingers.
Speaking of which, one of them's up on the screen right now.
Yes,
Tim Barrett down there on lane 32.
The gingerest of them all.
Yeah. And Tim's doing real well,
really,
too.
Tim's whacking them.
Yeah. I like that light hit look.
And now, speaking of whacking them, Sean Maldonado just came into our screen.
Yeah.
You know, he is absolutely bowling.
He's running them over right now.
He really is.
I didn't see 300, 350 out there, but it's there. Sean's getting it.
Yeah, he really is. Softer ball speed.
Yep.
And a great guy, too.
Yes, absolutely.
One common trend here is we've had some lefties bowl good, but we've also had plenty of right-handers bowl well as we're getting a Game 7 update, and Shay will have an opportunity to see where you sit through 7 games as you are complete in the clubhouse with 8 games at plus 252. Your leader through 7 games, and it is updated on your tabs down below as you watch the live feed. Sean Maldonado plus 331. He said he bowled 204 Game 7. And he told me it was bound to happen, a bad game, 2-0, you know?
Yeah.
And Gohagen now sits second at plus 260. Tim Barrett is third at plus 237. And then yourself, you were in fourth, but you finished at plus 252. So you'll finish ahead of your buddy Barrett if he doesn't bowl 215 or higher.
Right, which I'm sure he will.
He probably will as we watch him bowl down here on our last pair that we have for the night. 5th position, Ari Wilson at plus 209. Then Matt Gasson at plus 179. And Matt looks like he finished the last game. Not sure what he finished at.
He had
top right.
He had 7. I think he had 7 in a row, and I didn't see what he finished
250,
at.
259,
yeah,
I think.
250 the last game. So Gasson's going to be at 220. Aaron Lawrence plus 159. Riley Smith plus 151.
Gasson's going to be at 240, it looks like. And 259.
Yeah, around
238, 238.
Yeah, that's a good number.
Not too bad.
That's I don't know if I want to bowl again number.
And I was crossing right behind Matt for the for the entire day or the entire night, and I was kind of just seeing where he was just from pair to pair. He's a little straighter, a little more speed than me, but I can kind of read what he was doing and kind of base my decisions off that. So that was nice to have.
Yeah, following a guy like that's definitely good. and especially when he's bowled well. He's been cut up with some corner pins tonight. We're talking with Shea Bittenbender, Mike Flanagan, along with Matt Turek here in the booth. Shea Bittenbender in the clubhouse at 252 over, which is a score that he's going to sit on and wait and see what happens as tomorrow unfolds. Will you check the scores tomorrow throughout the day?
Yeah, I'll check them here and there. Probably got some stuff to do with the wife, who's standing right next to me.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know,
you got to balance that.
Right.
You know, it's a balance thing.
That's why it was nice to bowl tonight, so I could have tomorrow to
You know, I
take off and
actually
whatnot.
feel like that song, It's All About the Bass, No Trouble,
Yeah.
is about relationships and work and fun. It's about balancing. Okay? The person that wrote that song is all about one or the other, not the other. And
Right.
they're not going to have a very successful life. You know what I mean? You
Maybe
gotta
make
have,
a hit record here.
Yeah, yeah. You got to have a little bass.
Make a
little
couple
treble.
$1 million, you know what I mean?
I don't know about you, but when I get in the car, I turn the treble all the way up, and I hit the bass to about 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know, and the mids are real low.
Right.
You know.
Man, I used to be a big bass guy back in the day with the 12-inch
Oh my
infinities and kickers and
You didn't have any
everything.
piles, did you?
License
Did not
plate?
have any piles.
No.
License
Wow.
plate falling off the back of your car,
exactly.
shattering some
And-
tail lights.
And the old Cutlass Sierra.
The Cutlass. That'd be awesome to see.
Yeah, when people
Trunk rattling.
said, hey, what are you doing right now? I don't know. I'm just bout it.
Yeah,
Right?
Just
exactly.
about
Little
it.
Master
I think
P
that's
action.
how it went. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, well, hey, Shay, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
Nice bowling. Thanks
you
for
very
bowling
much.
the tournament all the time. Have you bowled all 5 years now?
I bowled all 5 years, yes.
He's one of the Fivers Club. He's in the Fivers
Gonna get a
Club.
jacket
Can't
for
miss
that?
this one. It's one of the best ones that I'll bowl in the entire year or so.
Yeah, and you're ahead of the curve because you don't have to pay for hotel. You don't have
Right.
to pay for, it's right here.
Exactly.
Perfect. Yeah. Saturday Night Live has that deal where once you host Saturday Night Live 5 times, you're part of this special club. Steve
Yeah.
Martin Short, all these guys. You're in the Fivers Club
Yeah,
now,
we're
buddy.
Fivers. All right.
The Fivers. Yeah.
Can't wait for 6.
Maybe
All right,
get
brother.
like a gray jacket he can walk around in. And
Well, hey, we'd love to be watching you Sunday night about 7 o'clock.
That'd be awesome.
Doing some damage.
I'd love to be bowling in front of you.
Enjoy your day tomorrow and
appreciate it.
enjoy some time with the wife.
Sounds good.
All
Thank
right,
you.
brother. Thanks.
All right.
That's Shea Bittenbender stopping by tonight. He tore him up tonight, bowled real
Nice bowl.
good, solid block, and he's happy with his number. And he's going to enjoy his day tomorrow, bowling in a league roll-off, spending time with the wife, and getting ready for Sunday.
I got a question for you. I didn't want to bring it up because I don't want to jinx because I'm the king of that. But do you think going and bowling on a house shot after bowling on this hard, challenging pattern and then maybe having to come back Sunday morning to compete is
You're going to have to be mentally strong to be able
Right.
to do a thing like that. You really are. There's no question whatsoever that you're going to have to be mentally prepared and mentally tough for that.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
How about the guys that go to USBCs and they bowl like the 40 framer, then they bowl the USBCs, then they bowl the Bowler's Journal, then they
Yeah.
bowl the BTM, and then they bowl the 1, 2, 3, and then they bowl.
Yeah, but those are all more challenging tournaments, aren't they?
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, so to me that would be
But it's still different.
better.
It's still different.
It is different, but it's still making you make good shots and not being as forgiving as bowling on a house shot roll-off would be, I suppose, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Winding down here, 3-4 frames to go.
Yeah, Ari Wilson here, who sits in 5th position coming into this game. Good look at Ari's game.
Oh. That looked like it hurt him more than it hurt me.
Little story about Ari. He came out to bowl this event, and he missed his flight this morning. Had to catch a different flight,
Really?
but made it in time. He almost didn't bowl this squad.
Where's he from?
I believe he's from California,
West Coast area.
but I'm not 100% for sure on that. He's part of Harvey's squad. So if he's not from California, he happened to be bowling in California at the time, and that's when I remember seeing him posting where he was at. Logo Infusion, great sponsor of this event. Brandon Allred here on hand. He's been having people look at his table all night long. They've got compression sleeves, they've got banners, tablecloths,
Yeah,
and of
little
course jerseys.
Pens and towels.
Towels, they can do it all.
Microfiber towel.
Great company, great customer service, an amazing group of people to be affiliated with our event.
Tell you what, these new shirts. They're
Oh
nice.
yeah, I've had 3 or 4 people ask me, can
I
I
have
get
to,
one?
me too. where they can get them at. And they're really nice shirts, Logo Infusion. If you don't have a jersey and you get out and you bowl events, check them out. Get yourself a jersey. They look great. Tim sneaking by with that 10.
I think Matt McNeil finished with 248 that game. Either 248 or 235.
Where was he at? He was at top toward, wasn't he? No, he's not.
It's going on nearly midnight. This squad has taken about 5 hours.
They brought up a good point. Rhino Page, I did not end up hearing what happened. Did he had an injury?
A wrist problem.
Okay.
I think he was at a point where his ball reaction wasn't great and he didn't want to push it anymore, considering there's another squad he might come and bowl.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Rhino is withdrawn from the tournament. And, you know, Rhino's had a history of wrist problems. I hope it's nothing serious. Thanks, brother. Thanks, TJ. TJ just thanked me for a humbling event.
Oh.
So not very good night for Mr. Jones, but a great guy and someone we...
Yeah, he is a really nice guy. One of the nicest in St. Louis, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I'm looking at some of the names towards the bottom of the standings, and these are really good bowlers.
Yeah, it's kind of a shock to see some of these names down here.
I want to thank
Rich Ness.
I've got a text here. Ari is from Chicago.
Oh.
Holy cow. It could be. It is.
We're getting to that point.
What does that mean? It could be. It is.
That's it's like a delayed react. It's like you're waiting for something to happen. It could be. Oh, and it is because time went forward kind of thing.
Okay. So kind of like John Brocklin. It could be a strike. It is. I get it. Sean Maldonado.
Yeah, speaking of Sean, he's about to shoot 277.
Jeez.
This game.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
That is
just outrageous.
That is the story.
And that's going to put him almost to 400.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
More than, well, depending on what George finished at, but almost more than a 100-pin lead on the rest of the field. 257, it looks like I'm getting the call. He finished out with 257 with that strike there. That's outrageous. Good balling for Sean. You think that's going to get topped this weekend?
I honestly don't think so.
You think anybody's going to come close?
Yeah, I do. I definitely think somebody's going to come close. That's for sure. There's a lot of good bowlers coming through here tomorrow, man.
I know. I was looking at the list earlier. Let's check it out again. Tom Adcock.
Yeah.
Adam Barta, Zeke Bate.
I think Tom Hess is going to bowl good in this event.
A.J. Chapman.
Chapman's amazing. Great physical game.
Brett Cunningham coming in town to bowl. That's cool.
Yep.
George. Oh, that's a re-entry if he bowls. He's sitting pretty good right now. Tom Hess bowling tomorrow. Rob Gottschall. And that's just B squad. Aaron McCarthy, Brad Miller, Aaron Lawrence on a re-entry, Bill O'Neill, Craig HOFer, Anthony Pepe.
Yeah, he's right down there.
Brett Shepard, Kyle Sherman, E.J. Tackett. No, I'm sorry, Eric Tackett. That was a mistake. Jason Sterner. Mike Wolf. I mean, the names just on B squad alone is going to be great. You're going to want to definitely tune in for that, guys and gals.
Now, Tim Barrett is he's kind of pacing along at 2-0 and just wraps another 10. Now, John Brockland, who hasn't had a very good block.
No, unfortunately.
Sits at minus 21. He's found it. He's got 5 in a row.
Yeah, strike, spare.
I think it was an open in the first.
Oh, it's hard to tell.
Looks like an open.
Yeah, I think you're right. Looks like a 9.
A little left to target, it looked like to me.
Oh.
John's going to get back to about even. He's going to bowl about par. And that's going to put him in the top 30-ish because after 7 games, 33 bowlers were plus out of the 70 here tonight.
That's that's about right. It's about what I expected, I should say. I didn't expect a 3 plus 330 after 7, but
tomorrow morning it all kicks off 9 a.m. B squad competition. A little bit longer blocks tomorrow, 5 on a pair. I want to thank everybody for being with us tonight. How many viewers do we have now, Matt?
we're at 145.
Yeah, about 150 people still hanging out with us here tonight, late on Friday evening. Don't forget, you want to definitely join us Sunday night, 7 o'clock for the finals. Here from St. Louis, you're watching Larry Ernest, Josie Ernest's dad. His oldest event now the last 2 years. He loves it. Great competitor, southpaw here. Bowling with Ari Wilson, Tim Barrett, John Brocklin.
Getting up on him.
Story of the night, if you're just joining us, Sean Maldonado gets to almost 400 over unofficially. Hey Sean, what did you finish at?
Trying to get an update. Wow, did I hear that right?
388.
388.
Oh, somebody's got our...
Oh, somebody brought it up to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he just told me it was on the floor. Well, it was our ambient mic, that's why.
Wow, I'm tired.
Yeah, we just had one of the competitors.
It's funny, though, because that happened, and moments before that, Emily down there, who's friends with me, texted me and goes, do you know there's a mic down here that says IB on it? And I'm like, yeah, it's an ambient mic.
Yeah, that's
and
why we have it down there.
Yeah. Somebody just brought it to us.
That's funny. Hey, you want to sit down for a second, Jerry? Yeah, sit down for just a second. Oh, you got to pay him? Jerry Anderson, tournament director, just kind of hanging out nearby. And 388 from Maldonado. Got to make them harder, Jerry. Got to make them harder. Looks like Brockland is going to be, I don't know why I can't read this.
It's hard to read. It's that PIP.
I need a flat screen with it enlarged.
Is that right?
I want to thank everybody that has began following us on Instagram tonight. We've picked up nearly 50 followers. I want to thank you.
Nice. Instagram is a new social media for me.
And if you haven't seen Sean Maldonado bowl, there's a great video of him throwing a shot on Instagram. Follow InsideBowling on Instagram.
I bet it strikes.
Well, let's take a look.
Yep.
Yep, sure does. Finishing up here, looks like 2-0 for Brocklin, 225 for Barrett. Barrett's going to get to, looks like 262 over, which is going to be 10 pins ahead of his good friend Shea Bittenbender. As we look at this coverage wrap up.
Whoa.
Ari Wilson.
See that sidestep? That was far.
A lot of good bowlers right around par. Looking at the lower part of the list, though, a lot of good bowlers down towards the bottom. 242 under through 7 games.
Last couple shots here.
No, we're going to finish with Larry Ernest. It's going to put the exclamation point on tonight's broadcast. Tomorrow we've got, I'd say 13, 14 hours of broadcasting.
It's going to be a good day for bowling fans. You're not going to be able to beat it.
Nope. No, you won't. Bringing it into the booth, Mike and Matt here with you, just finishing up here tonight. Hope you've enjoyed tonight's coverage. Matt, anything tonight that really stood out to you that maybe you didn't anticipate?
Sean's outrageous. I mean, that's crazy. Plus 388 after 8 games on this pattern.
On a pattern where only half the field is plus.
Was plus, yeah. I mean, who saw that coming? I think it's cool that there's two local guys in the top 5.
Yep.
Shea Bitt and Tim Barrett, who just finished. You saw Tim finishing up. We had Shea in the booth here just a moment ago. George Gohagen on top. Is he the only lefty in the top 10?
I think right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Unofficially through 7.
Sure, yeah.
Game number 8 finishing up. And if you're interested in seeing what happens through game number 8, it'll refresh on the tabs down below. We'll have individual scores as well, so you can take a look and follow along how your bowler got to the number that they got to tonight.
Yeah. I know a lot of times people like to hang out in the chat afterwards. So, yeah, hang out in the chat, chat it up. The standings will be updated here very shortly after game 8.
Yep.
What about you, Mike? What are you taking away from today?
Well, I want to take away that Jason Couch joined us on the broadcast tonight, another Hall of Famer. Quite an honor to be able to spend time with Jason. I think scoring pace is about where I wanted it to be. You know, it wasn't a score fest. You always worry when you change a pattern. Happy with it right now. I think it's a little bit harder than last year. You don't quite have as much on the gutter, but you still have to play out. So I'm really happy with that. And it was really cool, you know, with getting everything set up in the booth, getting comfortable, being able to work with you again.
Yeah.
Brian's got some cool things happening, joining us here in the booth right now, off to the side a little bit. The tournament office is running good. We've got some great new sponsors, Logo Infusion here in the house. If you come by this weekend, you want to definitely check out what they have to offer. They've got some specials they're running. I want to thank Kegel and Doug Dukes for being here and putting the pattern out.
It was really good insight about lane machines. I'd like to pick his brain some more.
He will be in tomorrow in the booth with us some more. And then, of course, Ebonite. Great group of people. I've gotten text messages from a bunch of people over at Ebonite bringing you all of this coverage this weekend. Really couldn't be happier with the start that we've had. So with that, it's time for you and I to sign out. And we'll be back tomorrow morning with a lot more coverage for everybody here from St. Louis at Tropicana Lanes. Thanks and have a good night.